they're meant to fly, planes they ain't supposed to fall from the sky. But if they do, they'll leave behind more than a piece or two. Planes just be flying, I know you think I'm lying. The USA, they be hiding the truth, and I ain't buying. Planes, they're meant to fly, planes, they ain't supposed to fall from the sky. But if they do, they'll leave behind more than a piece or two. They'll leave behind more than I know you think I'm lying. The USA, they be hiding the truth, and I ain't buying. Planes, they're meant to fly, planes, they ain't supposed to fall from the sky. But if they do, they'll leave behind more than a piece or two. Planes just be flying, I know you think I'm lying. The USA, they be hiding the truth, and I ain't buying. They'll leave behind more than a piece or two. They'll leave behind more than a piece or two.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Technology Tonight with Ashton Forbes. Let me get the sound check right. I don't know why it keeps changing. Guys, I am happy to be here with you guys tonight. This is going to be an epic stream. Thank you guys very much for being here. That was awesome. How's that song? You guys like that? Shout out to Heather Birdie in the chat. If you guys want epic songs, reach out to Heather Birdie. She's been hooking it up. That one's another banger after banger out here. We are bringing attention to MH370. We are bringing attention to advanced technology and science. I could not be happier for what's been going on. So what is on the agenda tonight? Also, thanks. Hello to everybody who's in the chat. I'm not going to do individual hellos tonight because I'm tired. It's a lot to get through, but appreciate all you guys who are in the chat, who are listening and watching right now on YouTube and on X, either or. Appreciate you guys very much. Okay, guys. So tonight we are going to review some of the evidence, some of the new findings. There's been some pretty huge findings that have come out. We're going to have an X space that I'm going to join for a little bit as well. We are partying. We are boozing tonight a little bit. Yeah, and hello for everybody, both in the United States and across the globe, who are hanging out with us, who have been trying to hang out and solve the mystery of MH370. We've been working really hard for a long time. And today we had a really big update. And I'm going to go through, I'm going to explain some of that. After the stream, I'm going to make 2 more posts to clarify some of the stuff. I already had my martini tonight, for the people wondering. Deverino's wondering, have I had my martini? I went out and celebrated, had a nice steak dinner, had a martini, and came back. And yeah, anytime where we have major breakthroughs, I have my steakhouse I like to go to. They know me there and hang out. And so that's what I did earlier today. So what has been going on? Well, there's been a lot going on. If you've been following along with the MH370 stuff, you've seen us rebunk all the debunks. All the debunks have been conclusively ruled out. You've seen the major update that happened earlier today, where I posted the full story of what happened to the plane. That confused some people, but we'll talk about it. Good guess, Outback Steakhouse. That is one of the places I go to, but when I want to go to the nice place, no, I go to like a mom and pop like steakhouse place. So, do they have Yahtzee at your steakhouse? Great question. Also, I want to answer questions today as well. So probably going to try to do a lot of that in the space. The space will be coming up in about 10 minutes or so. I may join a little bit late. I want to go through some of the news first that we've got going on. And then we'll go through. Remo says, hi from Brazil and just saw a UFO. That's awesome. Yeah. And yeah, so I want to be able to answer any questions that people have about some of the updates. I'm looking through here to see what we want to start with here tonight. Oh, yeah. So the first thing I want to do is shout out to the podcasters. I had like 3 podcasts drop yesterday. They weren't all recorded yesterday, but shout out to Clint from the Liberty Lockdown Pod. That was my second appearance with him. That was a lot of fun. Shout out to Tommy from Tommy's podcast. Both of those were somewhat similar. Tommy and I mostly talked about like what the implications are, some of this stuff, the consequences might be, and like is it right to even disclose this kind of advanced technology? Let me pull this up so you guys can see. Also, you don't have to look very far back through my Twitter profile. My Twitter profile is not one of those profiles where like you have to like dig around for a lot of this stuff. It's usually like I only do a few posts per day. I don't have like 100 posts per day. So Clint from Liberty Lockdown, make sure you guys watch his stuff right here. I'm going to post a link in the chat for you guys. So here's a link to Liberty Lockdown if you want to check that one out. So a lot of people ask me like, oh, how can I watch the podcast, what have you? And people don't see the link sometimes. So I'm going to post some of them real quick. So that one's Clint's. We'll come back up to Alien Addict or to Alien Girl. This is Tommy here as well. Doesn't use the most flattering picture. I know this was from the Danny Jones one, but that's fine. And this one is the Rumble one. And then we'll go through that. And then the last one was Alien Girl. So Alien Girl was actually really, really good. Alien Girl right here. She asked me a lot of like meta questions about kind of what was going on with the UFO community, why there's so much division in the UFO community. So I put all of those there. Now somebody also asked a good question, like what is warp drive? So if we go to my recent post here, we talked about this fire event, but I talk about this idea of warp drive. And people are like, well, if it's a fire event, how can it also be warp drive? So warp drive is manipulation of space-time. So warp drive is like putting a bubble around an object in space-time itself. And when you do this, the object's mass becomes 0 and you can just push it along. And then it can go, theoretically, the speed of light or even faster than the speed of light, because the speed of light is only constant in the medium that we live in, which is space-time. So this is what the MH370 videos are really about. So I'll go ahead and read through this update right away. So MH370, or first it starts with, we have solved the case of MH370. MH370 conclusively suffered a fire event related to the 487 pounds of dangerous lithium-ion batteries on board. 2 pallets of those were in the forward cargo bay, right next to the electronics bay. This scenario is supported by 2 witnesses, 2 videos, 19 witnesses, the flight path, the technical data, and a Mayday call. The plane went dark at 17:21 UTC, the same time Mike McKay saw the plane on fire from an oil rig. 9 witnesses along the coast heard loud noises. The pilot took manual control of the plane and turned back to Penang, which was the closest airport to land a B777. It was recently determined that the radar data shows the plane doing an emergency descent as it turned back, consistent with the fire event and a depressurization of the plane to provide the passengers enough oxygen to breathe, since the Halon 1301 fire extinguishing devices suck oxygen out of the plane. 8 fishermen on a boat corroborate the descent, seeing the plane flying low off the coast of Thailand and Malaysia just 10 minutes after it went dark around 17:30 UTC. At the same time, another B777 pilot hears the communication from the pilots of MH370, which indicates the communications were not dead. They must have had communications. Malaysian Minister of Defense proved that they had communications because he said in his interview on the Four Corners, which we're going to watch here in a little bit, that the military knew the plane wasn't hostile, which is only possible with communication. That's why they didn't send up jets. They knew that the plane wasn't hostile. They have withheld classified communications from the public. That's the only logical conclusion. And it makes sense because they say, oh, this is the last communication. Good night, MH370. No, that's just the last communication they released to us. We wondered why the plane didn't land at Penang. And now we have the answer. The power being out prevented them from dumping the fuel to reach the maximum landing weight. Somebody earlier today linked me a blog post from Jeff Wise, and they said, read the comments. And in this blog post, the commenter also mentioned this as well as Jeff Wise did in his blog post, that if you have too much fuel, you can't land the plane because it's too heavy. And I remembered because I've flown millions of miles, chat. So there's been several times where I've been on planes and they couldn't land right away for whatever reason. Like if there was a weather situation, they had to burn the fuel before they could land. Now, the problem is if you're on fire, you don't have time to burn the fuel. You got to get on the ground as fast as you can. So what you need to do is if you have 8 hours of fuel, you need to dump the fuel. But if you have no power, you can't dump the fuel. So the plane couldn't land because it had too much fuel. So the next option per the flight manual is to land in the water. So your options are first, try to land the plane right away. If you can't land with your landing gear, then you're supposed to land belly front on the ground. But you can't do that if your plane's full of fuel. It's going to explode. The next option after that, ocean landing. This is absolute proof. The plane may have been diverted to the coordinates in the MH370 video by the United States military. They also might have been trying to burn fuel. That may be why they didn't land in the ocean right next to the airport, is they may have needed to burn more fuel. So they're going to this location. And this is the part where the SDU supposedly logs in at 1825 UTC, which is 3 minutes after the last radar hit, at least the last public radar hit. There probably was more. So it's possible that the crew attempted to turn the power back on, and to be able to dump the fuel prior to the water landing. Now, the MH370 videos show the true fate of the plane. So a lot of people out there were going, well, is it a fire event or is it an orb event? The answer is it's both. The orbs happen and the fire happens. One comes with the other. We would have never solved this unless those videos are real. So they have to be real. We can see the plane attempting at a low altitude, turning and attempting an emergency descent into the ocean, corroborated by Catherine T., a real witness who was in the location where we see the coordinates in the satellite video. This is absolute proof. This is undeniable, absolute proof that the videos are real. In a court of law, this would convict somebody of murder every single time. There's no counter argument to this. We've got a real witness. We've got two videos that are in perfect synchronization with one another. And we have a third source that corroborates it as well. The landing attempt is corroborated by a third source. The China Times only reported Mayday call. This not reported in Western media because the United States government was covering this up. But it was reported in China news because China knew that we were full of shit. And it said that the Mayday call at 2:43 a.m., which when you convert it to Malaysian time for UTC time, that means 1843 UTC. That's within 5 minutes of Catherine T. seeing the plane. This is, again, absolute proof that the videos are real and the fire event is real. This is roughly the same time, like I said, that Catherine T. saw the plane. The intercepted Mayday stated that MH3, and it was intercepted from the Thai embassy by the Chinese. So again, this is a communication that they are leaking out to the world that they know the Western media won't report on, stating that the MH370 was disintegrating and attempting an emergency landing. Proves the fire scenario, consistent with Catherine T. saw and what we've been able to corroborate, and it proves the videos are real because we see the plane attempting an emergency landing in the videos. The Chinese were trying to tell the world what happened. The tiny amount of debris that was found is only consistent with this scenario. Now, technically, it could be consistent with another scenario where the plane ends up in Diego Garcia. But I mean, with respect to like the suicidal pilot and whatever other crap people are trying to come up with. The plane could not have terminated in the South Indian Ocean and had debris wash up in Africa. The debris in Africa completely rules out a crash in the South Indian Ocean. It blows my mind that this has not already been figured out. This doesn't take any special knowledge. You can, as we're going to show here in a second, you can literally just look at ocean currents and tell that it's literally impossible for the plane to have crashed in the South Indian Ocean. And it's not a surprise. We found nothing there. We searched for 3 years in the South Indian Ocean, didn't find one piece of the plane above water, below water, no black boxes, nothing. It's so obvious that the plane did not crash in the South Indian Ocean. Anyone thinks that the plane crashed in the South Indian Ocean is straight up delusional. Some of the debris that washed up in Africa has clear visible scorch marks on it, which again prove the fire event. And if that's not enough, we also have an empty B777 fire suppression bottle that washes up in the Maldives like less than 2 weeks after the plane disappears. The story was covered up. Why? Why cover up a fire? This is the part where this is what connects the videos to the fire event. If the plane was on fire, it would have crashed somewhere. We would have found it. We'd have witnesses seeing it crash and a huge on fire plane crashing into the ocean, exploding into a million pieces. There's no plane. It was covered up because the United States used secret tech. They show smoke coming out of the back of the plane. We see the smoke coming out of the back of the plane. We see the plane attempting its emergency descent. This is why they covered it up. This is why they covered the fire event up, because they couldn't let the world know about this technology. It's like if we nuked somebody and then we couldn't tell anybody that a nuke happened and we had to cover it up. Although in this case, it's much more dangerous than a nuke and not nearly as explosive. I would go as far to say as well that they were tracking the plane to make sure nobody was around to be able to see it, that there was no boats in the water or anything like that. What you just saw right here is the reason for the cover up. So when people wonder, well, no orbs, no, yes, orbs. Yes, this is the only reason why you cover up a fire. Otherwise, you just tell the world about it. And some people ask, well, why do we see the fire in the belly? You do see the fire in the belly. It's right there. We can see the heat coming out of the heat exhaust ports. The fire's in the forward cargo bay. And the fire, the smoke is permeating throughout the air conditioning system. And then it's pumping out through here. This smoke coming out of this belly of this plane is as hot as the engines are. This is extremely hot smoke coming out of this plane. You can even tell it's not connected to the engines because you can see it wrapping around the belly of the plane up here. You can see the smoke wrapping around the belly of the plane. So this is the reason for the cover-up. This is what really happened to MH370. It's conclusive. There's no other story that even comes close to making as much sense as this one. And that's including the idea that we literally have warp drive technology, which is practically, almost unbelievable for most people, potentially even hard for me to believe as well, just being perfectly honest with you guys. So that's what's going on. Yeah, William Bill says, we have plenty of assets in the area to perform the task and cover it up. Yes, we do, but we don't have enough assets to cover up like a plane crash, or we don't have enough assets to cover up like us shooting it down. If we shot this plane down and it exploded into a million pieces in the sky, there would be pieces raining down hundreds of miles away. There would be no way to hide it. So like, you guys probably saw me beefing with these like Lore Lodge idiots who are like little children. Like they were literally little children when the plane disappeared. And they're total morons, like complete idiots. Don't follow their YouTube channel. Honestly, their ignorance makes me question all of their content on their YouTube channel. They think that like the plane was shot down and that somehow in the middle of the night in the pitch black, the United States government quarantined off like 10,000 square miles and picked up every piece out of the ocean. Like it's stupider than the idea that we actually have warp drive. Much stupider. And that's just the truth of the matter. So, there's no chance this plane was shot down. There would have been debris everywhere. It's harder to believe the plane was shot down than it crashed. Because at least if it crashed, the experts are like, oh, well, it was a perfect landing for a suicidal pilot that ran out of gas. And then somehow Sully Sullenbergered it. And then the plane sank into the ocean, which is like suicidal people don't do that. They don't care about that. It's never happened before. So let's look real quick at the corroborating evidence here. So here you go. I found a Reddit post actually from World News. This was the day after the plane went missing. So this wasn't like weeks later. The day after the plane went missing. China Times reports the U.S. Embassy said that 2:43 a.m. U.S. military bases stationed in Thailand, U-Taipao SOS signal, was listening to some of the Malaysian airline flight emergency call, said the aircraft cabin facing disintegration, driver called they wanted to force a landing. Yahtzee! What do you guys want? The date on this was like March 8th, 2014, or March 9th, I don't remember, like the day after the plane disappears. Obviously, it was a fire event. Like, we literally had to cover up like news articles that were like literally just out there in the open. Here's the one. Part of the return process was fuel jettisoned down to the maximum landing weight. Guess what? Without the left bus, which is the power, the main jettison tank pumps are failed. You'd be advised of this when you try to start the fuel jettison. You can't dump the fuel with the power out. Catherine T sees the plane with no power. And then this was recently, just a few weeks ago. Some of the experts looked at the turn back and they found out that when the plane went dark and turned back, it performed an emergency descent maneuver, which again is not consistent with a suicidal pilot. If you're trying to kill everybody, you increase your altitude and you depressurize the plane. They depressurize the plane and reduce altitude because you have a fire going on and you're trying to get enough oxygen for people to be able to breathe. So I gave you guys all the evidence. And here's the B777. Guys, I kid you not. This was literally reported as a bomb. They literally reported this as a bomb when it's clearly a B777 fire suppression device. And it's empty. If it wasn't empty, it would have sank. It's empty because so it floated, washes up in the Maldives. It even in a different picture, you can literally see the serial number on it. You see this serial number here in the bottom right? You can read this serial number in the picture they took of the daytime. The islanders were freaked out because they thought it was a bomb. This is obviously a B777 fire suppression device. Washes up in the Maldives. That can only happen if the plane was on fire. Like, this is the crazy part, is that if you love, like, true crime, like here, this is like, people just ignored all the evidence. All the evidence. Just ignored it. Yeah, it looks like a bomb from a cartoon. Like, that's what, like, the funny part is that's what people literally said at the time when they found this. They were like, it's like a bomb from a cartoon. And nobody was like, should we just check to see, like, what the fire suppression devices look like in a B777? Nah, let's just ignore that. What the hell? Guys, like, this is the saddest part, is it's not even a good cover-up. It's not even a good cover-up. Like, some random dude on Twitter, me and all of you guys, were able to figure out the biggest cover-up in all time because it was so shit. To some degree, it was good because it convinced the whole world of this pilot suicide nonsense and had all these CNN and all these other dumbasses on news stations, like, believing these satellite pings and all this crap. And also, by the way, in the comments from Jeff Wise's blog, you should check that blog out. Maybe I'll post a link later. One of the guys arguing with them is like, the satellite pings are not conclusive. Like, we should not be looking at the satellite pings as if, like, they're irrefutable. The experts that believe those satellite pings are like the equivalent of the debunkers that look at a non-matching VFX and go, no, that matches. It's essentially the equivalent, where, like, the experts are like, no, there's no way you could have faked 10 rows on an Excel spreadsheet. And I'm like, dude, I can just literally hit the insert button and change a couple numbers around. Like, that's all it takes. Like, we really shouldn't be taking these satellite pings at face value like they were. Okay, so then the other evidence. Okay, guys, this was one that I just found recently. This chart is epic. So this chart right here is the ocean debris, all the debris pieces that they found, and the ocean currents, and it shows you the search area. Guys, look at where the search area is. This is where the 7th arc is. The debris should have washed east. Look at the way that the currents flow. There's no way that this debris from here is going west. The currents don't go west down here. They go east. They go east down here. If the plane crashed in the South Indian Ocean, 100% debris would have washed up in Africa, or Australia. I mean, Australia, over here on Western Australia. 0 pieces of debris washed up in Western Australia. You don't need any PhDs or advanced to be an expert to figure out that there's no chance that the plane crashed in the location where they claim it did. Like, you can just look at the chart. But what's closer? Look at where Diego Garcia was. So I superimposed this over another map to figure out exactly where Diego Garcia was. This is where Diego Garcia is. Look at the currents relative to where Diego Garcia is. Obviously, this plane ended up somehow either at Diego Garcia or some over here in the Maldives. Now, if you want to try to sell me a crash narrative, your crash narrative better at least be somewhere around this Diego Garcia location, because that can explain how the debris gets to these locations. I mean, look at the currents from here. This is a perfect match of the currents. Like, this makes way more sense. Down here makes no sense at all. Literally impossible. So, again, it's just obvious that the satellite pings were fabricated. Just obvious. Like, literally find nothing down there. We would have seen it on all these radars. We would have heard it. Like, there's just no chance of crash down there. Yeah, honestly, easy W. It's literally just easy W. Like, this was just like, we're playing hockey and they took out the goalie and we're just scoring free goals. we're just dunking on the US government right now because it's just like it's so simple. Doesn't take any special knowledge to figure out. Literally anybody out there can understand this logic. Crazy, right? And then look at this. What this is the honeycomb pattern of a Boeing 777. So this honeycomb pattern you see here is only consistent with Boeing aircraft. This washes up somewhere in Africa over there. It's got scorch marks all over it. They try to play this off as resin. Resin? Guys, if you guys have injected marijuanas into your body, then you know we're not looking at resin here. You're familiar with resin. Anyone who's ever smoked a marijuana's plant before, there's no resin on this. This is burn marks, scorch marks. It's literally undeniable that this is heat damage all over this thing. Like this, it's just crazy, like how much evidence that these fake experts have to ignore to just come to the most obvious logical conclusion. The barnacles actually rule this out as well. So what they did with the flaperon, guys, they took this flaperon and they throw it in the water and it's sticking out of the water like this. And they're like, oh, well, that makes sense because we're going to blow on it. The wind will blow on it. It'll push it to the reunion island. The problem is there's barnacles all over the area where it's sticking out of the water. That's impossible. That means it had to be completely submerged, which means it couldn't have floated there. And they look at the barnacles. The barnacles on the flaperon only have 4 months of growth. But supposedly the flaperon was in the water for 16 months. It's not even consistent. So based on the barnacle growth, it's literally impossible for that flaperon to have floated that far. This is all you have to, like, you doesn't take any special logic, like just basic logic and reasoning completely rules out the stupid narrative of the pilot suicided into the South Indian Ocean and the ocean's really big, so that's why we didn't find it. It's like, dude, man, it's crazy, guys. Yeah, it's game over. It's literally game over. There's no denying this. The evidence is way too strong. Way too strong. The best part is the debris doesn't even have to be fake. The debris doesn't even have to be fake. The scenario that we've put forth with the plane being on fire, like if somebody made an analogy, if you take a paper airplane and you light it on fire and you throw it, pieces of the airplane will like burn off. Same thing with this. Like the tiny few pieces of the plane that fell off could be consistent with the fire event. Or it could be consistent with them taking the plane apart in Diego Garcia and throwing a couple pieces in the ocean. Either way. So this is the part where it's like, man, this is the only story that makes sense with the debris. There's no other stories that make sense. Certainly not any crash into the South Indian Ocean. Yeah, I'm good in my goofy voice. Hey, everybody. We're having a good time tonight. Okay, and then people ask, okay, where did the plane go? Okay, and we're going to jump onto this space in a minute. I'm already kind of late. My parents said, well, you sure have spent a lot of time on it. I told them, guys, I solved the mystery of the plane. And they were like, well, you spent a lot of time on it. That's my parents. My parents are full CNN brains, though. Full CNN brains. For them, like, you know, my dad reads like the New York Times and all this stuff every day. So like for them, too hard to believe. But that's fine. I don't care. I realize like, and they're older, right? So like, you know, I don't know if they're going to be around to see all this technology, which is sad. And sadly for a lot of people out there, like we have to wait for them to move on before we can have this technology. There's just too many people holding us back at this point. Now, people ask, where did the plane go? Okay, that's the number one question I get. And I tell people every time, guys, I'm not psychic. Like I will say, I do kind of feel like Daniel Craig in like Knives Out right now, like solving the mystery of this like crazy deception and conspiracy. I do kind of feel that way, which is pretty funny, but I'm not psychic. Like, I don't know. Like the only stuff we were able to figure out is because we have 2 videos. And this is the reason why the videos are real, is that we never could have figured this out with the videos. The videos were like the linchpin where like Daniel Craig figures out that it's Chris Evans the whole time. Like that's what the videos are. And without that, we never could have figured out the mystery and we could never put the pieces together. And we don't have videos on the other side, but get ready. We can have a pretty educated guess as to where the plane went. First of all, we can use the right-hand rule in electromagnetics, which tells us the vector of the plane was going backwards. And we can look at the plane, and when we look at the plane and the direction of travel of the plane, we see that it's going south into the east. For you guys, it's this way. So that means the plane must have gone to the west if it's going backwards. So we drew a line from the east over here to the west. What's over to the west? Whoa, well, the Maldives are. Oh, that's where the B777 fire suppression device washed up. Oh, that's where 20 islanders on a little island see the plane in the early morning hours, flying to the south, down to Diego Garcia. Also, we have the Philip Wood EXIF data picture posted on 4chan with EXIF data that says that he's being held prisoner at Diego Garcia. So I don't know where the plane went exactly, but this is our best bet based on what we see from the science and the circumstantial evidence around it. And then what happened to the passengers? I don't know, guys. So again, I'm not psychic. If I had to guess, I would say that not all the passengers survived, which is part of the reason for the cover-up, is that we had, some of the passengers died, probably from the fire, probably from Boeing's toxic-ass airplanes being on fire and toxic fumes spewing out all over the place. And then it got real awkward for the United States because, we were going to warp this plane to save them, but, a bunch of people died. And now we have to cover that up. So if people survived, they probably became wards of the state. I don't think we just summarily executed them. That seems pretty dark, although it's certainly possible. I mean, this is already pretty goddamn dark, if you ask me. But I think that if we made them wards of the state, then that we would have given them new identities, or we make them live out their lives down here on this island of Diego Garcia. And you say you're never leaving the island. I don't know, but that's my thought process. End of the day, the only people that can tell us the truth are the United States government themselves. So again, this screenshot here is a good one to see that all the orbs in the plane are bending in the final frame, but it also looks like they're getting sucked backwards. And then in the next frame, it looks like the plane is moved back slightly because you can see the tail of the plane sticking out of the event that we see here. So pretty wild, huh? Pretty wild. Okay. So that should answer most of the questions. Now, let's do a quick review of some of the debunks that were out there. I'm not going to go super quick on this because I don't really want to dig too much into it. Okay, so first one here is this Krishley girl or whatever who's been trying to. These Redditors have lost their minds right now, and I don't know. They think they're some kind of marketing geniuses, and they're gonna convince the world to make these videos go away. And it's honestly just gotten to the point of being embarrassing for them. If you're not trying to solve the case, look at what you're doing with your life. At least I'm spending my life trying to solve the case for people. There's an army of Redditors spending 24/7 their whole lives, their full-time jobs, trying to make these videos disappear, which is just literally psychotic nut job behavior. It's really scary, and people need to actually just do something productive with your lives. It makes me weep for humanity in general. Now, the very first thing that she says is, I know what you're thinking. This looks nothing like the Zap in the satellite video, and I agree. Yes, it looks nothing like it because it's not it. Jesus, guys. How hard? Basic logic for debunkers. So what we did, and people are like, why'd you cut this off? Because the debunkers lie. It's obviously not the same thing. And what they do is they keep it really small so you can't see the differences. And then they manipulate it, and then they show you them having manipulated it, which is like me taking an apple and an orange and going, well, yes, this apple doesn't look like this orange, but hold on. And then throwing the apple over to the side and pulling out a second orange and going, now it's the same. I'm goofy. Now, so what we did is we make it bigger so you can see that clearly this effect, this is frame 3 from the Pyromania, is nothing like what we see here in the satellite video. You can just use your eyes and tell it's not alike. So if your argument as a debunker is, well, they just changed every aspect of it around, that has literally never happened with this effect ever before in history. Again, that's a fact, not an opinion. Saying that they changed it around is a speculative opinion. The fact is that's never happened before. Boom. Done and done. This is obviously not in there. And then just to drive it home, they also try to say this same Zap is in the drone video. So I look at the drone video and I say, we're going to overlay it over. And I did the most honest comparison that one can do, which is an exact overlay of the one frame that is as close, is the closest frame that's the most similar, to give them the biggest benefit of the doubt. We lined it up in the best possible way because I'm an honest person and I'm not trying to deceive anybody. I don't like these people who edit it all around and then they only show you the edited part, like these fucking idiots, the Lore Lodge kids, which once again, don't follow and support anything the Lore Lodge frauds do. They're scammers and they're frauds and they are liars. Both Aidens are. And any of these fucking YouTubers who are trying to make the videos go away, you have karma and consequences coming to you. I guarantee it. 100%. If your name is the Corridor Crew, Lore Lodge, or Mick West, well, you got skin in the game now, bitches. So here's the closest possible frame with the best possible match. This is me being as honest as we can possibly be. Even when you look at this, any objective person can tell that it doesn't line up. And I'll show you a better comparison as well. It doesn't even line up around the edges. The dots don't all match. And this is the one where this dot down here is in the same spot. The middle is not even remotely the same, not even close. And this is the only frame that's even remotely similar. The only frame. Now, you ready? Look at the rest of the frames. I'll go one at a time through them. Next frame, this one, the black in the background is the actual video. This is not even close. So the argument that they just took the stock effect and added it, it's a perfect match, is 100% a lie. There's no other way to spin it. It's just a lie. It's intentional deception from people who are lying about the videos, lying that there's video game graphics in here. And the worst part is it tricked Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was tricked by fraudsters and scammers who lied about the videos. So here's the next frame. Also, not even remotely close. This is frame 3. This is the one that Krishley was trying to compare to the drone to the satellite video. What? It's not even close. Here's frame 4. What? And the reason why it's not close is because it's an explosion event. It's not even the same kind of event. Of course, it's not going to match. And there's the next frame. I mean, at this point, what more do you even need to show? The only thing that's even on this frame is this edge over here. This is the only part of the real event that's left. The rest of this is there's nothing even there. So once again, this effect is not in as a statement of fact. It's not an opinion. It's a factual statement that this effect is not in the MH370 video. So when you hear these Redditors and these other nut jobs and these piece of shit YouTubers and Mick West trying to say that it's an exact match, you know beyond any doubt that they are fraudulent and they are liars. I don't know what their motivations are to lie. I don't really give a shit, but they just need to stop. Okay? How do I make this smaller? Okay, there we go. Okay. And so then we got the Lore Lodge, because I'm going to show you guys how they lied, okay? I'm going to show you how they lied, how they intentionally deceive people. So this is what they show. The one on the right is what they show on their YouTube. And they go, well, look, it's a perfect match. How can you deny it? Well, because you falsified the comparison. This isn't a valid comparison. This is not what the asset looks like. You're showing the real video effect over the real video effect, and you're saying that you used the asset when you didn't. And you can tell because I just circled it really big here. This is the real effect. You can see it doesn't match. You can see it doesn't match. And I can show you how they cheated because I have a perfect overlay of it. Because I don't have to lie and I don't have to deceive. And you can even tell they just superimposed the real effect here because you can see the plane sticking out over here on the right. So what they do is they stack them on top of each other and then shadow it, and then they claim that, oh, it's a perfect match. Well, it's because you shadowed the real effect over it. Of course, if I compare an orange to an orange, it's going to be exactly the same. But it's an apple and an orange, not an orange and an orange. This is clearly not the same in the middle here. And the edges you can see are clearly not the same. These kids are liars. And so here is the perfect comparison over the top. How do I make this bigger, chat? Why won't it let me make this bigger? Okay, I'll pull it up here so I can share it on my other screen so you guys can see bigger. Because we're putting the debunks to bed forever. I'm not doing any more posts about debunks after this. They've all been conclusively refuted. If you want to live in denial and pretend that they're the same, that's fine, but that it's a lie and you're living a lie. Here it is. Okay, so here it is, super big. So again, and you can tell what they did because look here where I have my mouse. You can tell it's the complete opposite. Like this is inverted here on the real effect, and on the stock effect, it's opposite. And they cover that up so that you can't see that. And the reason why you know that is because this dot right down here has to be in the same spot. And on theirs, when we looked at it, this dot was in the same spot. So we know they falsified the asset. It's not an exact comparison. It's not even close to the same. And in the middle, it's, again, not even remotely. What they did is they shaded it over the top of one another, and then they show you the actual real event compared to the real event, and they say it exactly the same. Once for the last time, the Lore Lodge are liars. Anyone who's promoting this falsification is a liar, and I am going to send the families after them to take every penny they have. I'm going to take their YouTube channel down, and I'm going to recommend the Department of Justice file criminal charges for conspiracy against them. I am going to have the public opinion ruin their lives forever. That's not a threat. It's a 100% promise. I warned the debunkers about this, and they kept doubling down on it. There's no excuse. No apologies will be accepted. I won't be accepting apologies or anything like that. You've had your opportunities. You were told to stop. You were told to stop lying. You kept doubling down, and you kept trying to cover up what happened to 239 people. You deserve the consequences that are coming to you. Okay? No doubt. That's what's going to happen. Okay. Now, let's also take care real quick of and then we got to jump over to our other video here. Let's take care of the satellite, the cloud image as well, okay? So let's get rid of this cloud image. We're not dealing with that ever again as well. So found this Reddit post on objective and thorough analysis of the airliner data going back to August 7th, 2023. This is actually 1 day after the videos came out. 1 day. I wasn't even posting about the videos back then. Like, I didn't even start posting about the videos till like maybe August 10th or something like that. So like like this, forgot about this. I remember seeing this, but I didn't even look into this. So this person is an expert on satellite imagery, sensor data, and they're also a pilot. Okay, so this is a triple whammy expert on every aspect of this stuff. Now, just to get to the spoiler at the end, I'm convinced the original imagery is real, but cannot say one way or another whether or not it has been edited, especially considering how extraordinary the content is. If it's fake, then whoever did it has a deep understanding of image sensors, computer vision, and aircraft dynamics. They did an incredible job. So again, these are like 3 of the requirements we have on our impossible list of requirements to fake the videos, which is knowing the engineering of it, knowing the satellite capabilities, etc. So this person was already consistent with just 3 of the possible insights that we had on it. Okay. Yeah, if you're trolling in the chat, you're going to get timed out and you're going to get banned after that. So just don't bother. Okay. And also, just real quick as well, before we go there, I see a lot of people in my replies who are saying crazy shit, or you're crazy, or you're a scammer, or whatever. Like, if you say any of that, if you say you're a grifter, you immediately get blocked. You will never be unblocked ever again. There's not going to be another unblockathon or anything like that. You only have one chance in my replies. If you can't even act like an adult, then you're gone, and you're going to be living in the Stone Age, and you just don't get to know about this stuff. If I see accounts that have like 0 followers and you're trolling in my replies, you're also blocked. I'm not going to accept appeals or anything like that. You're never getting unblocked. So if you can't act like an adult, just don't post. Otherwise, just expect to be blocked right away. So I don't care how mad it makes you. You don't have any right to be in my replies. You can go cry about it to your mom or your other Redditor dipshits if you want. I really don't care. All you have to do is just act like a normal, decent human being. That's it. That's the only requirement. Just act like a normal, decent human being. Ashton is trending on Twitter. Yeah, I've been trending on Twitter, guys, like a lot. And MH370 has been trending as well. Okay, so this person says, we're going to go quickly through this. Master's degree in robotics with a focus on computer vision, over a decade working with computer vision and multiple years with satellite imagery and sensor data from aerial platforms. I'm also a pilot and a general aviation nerd. I'm uniquely positioned to take a sober look at the videos from both videos from the Airliner Post. I play with deep learning, and my CV in my free time and my limited post history will back that up. So apparently we can look at his post history and figure out that he's legit. That's as much vetting as he's willing to do. I'll address common issues that I noticed and have been seen and pointed out. He talks about the tools that he used. Okay, he starts with the clouds. So this is the first thing all the people who don't think the videos are real start with, and they're all wrong every single time. They say, a lot of people say that the cloud imagery, that they're not moving. I've identified 7 unique sequences where the frame boundaries remain static, meaning the perspective remains static. I have isolated the first and last frames in the sequences and made GIFs for each of the viewing cloud to see the cloud movement or the lack thereof. Also included is a GIF of the first flash where the plane disappears. Sequence 6 and 7 show the most movement. I say movement because the movement isn't linear like you expect from uniform winds. That is to say, the whole cloud isn't moving in one piece like we're used to seeing when we're looking at them. The tops of the clouds deform, indicating some degree of wind shear, not uncommon at altitude. If someone wants to look up the winds aloft for the date in that area, they might provide corroborating evidence for the movement we see. So we're seeing natural cloud evolution from the wind shear. The imagery resolution. The aircraft in the satellite imagery matches the size and shape of a Boeing 777. It's a Boeing 777. A lot of people try to say this is not a Boeing 777. Those people are either delusional or liars. It is objectively a Boeing 777. There is no debate. Operating under that assumption, we can extract information about the imagery itself. The wingspan of a Boeing 777 is 60.96 meters. We get a great view of the aircraft at the beginning of the video with a near top-down view. This is important because we can measure the wingspan in pixels and infer the resolution of the imagery. Note, I'm assuming that the screen cap is a 1-to-1 with native imagery. That is 1 pixel in the screen cap is 1 pixel in the native imagery and has not been zoomed in or zoomed out. I tried to be as fair as possible in selecting the endpoints of this measurement, ignoring the bottom or the bloom around the edges and sticking to the areas of intense white. From this measurement, using GIMP's measurement tool, we can see that the satellite imagery is likely 1 megabyte per pixel. This is important finding as 1 megabyte per pixel is a very common resolution for geo-referenced imagery even today. And back in 2006, when NRL-22 was launched, it would have been advanced-ish technology for a SIG-INT satellite. Keep in mind, this imagery might not be coming from NRL-22. It's very likely coming from USA 229, which was sent up in 2013, or is it 2012 or 2013? Anyway, sent up years later. So the reason why it would have such advanced imagery is because it's not actually coming from a 2006 satellite. It's coming from one that's much newer. They're just relaying the information to build this ground-based computer system. NRL-22 is most likely just the command satellite, or it was just a clue because that was the first launch of the Cyber system. And this person didn't know that because this was like the day after the videos came out. We hadn't gone that far. 1 meter per pixel. Okay, thank you. 1 meter per pixel. Got it. 1 meter per pixel is a very common resolution. Thank you for correcting me on that. The native video of the screen cap is 24 frames per second, indicated by FF probe. So they use software to determine that it's 24 frames per second. Native satellite frames are duplicated, but we know the screen cap is true 24 frames per second because we can see the mouse. The mouse can be seen moving on a per frame basis. This aircraft only moves once every 4 frames. Assuming the screen cap is being played at in real time, we can assume that the native frame rate is 6 hertz. This is where things get interesting, as 6 hertz, 1 meter per pixel imagery and sensor does fall under the only available to secret squirrel agencies category for the early 2000s. This is a spy satellite that we're looking at, 100%. This is not commercial satellite software. Even today, I'm not aware of commercial imagery faster than even 1 frame every orbit, 90 minutes, but we'd be glad to be proven wrong. So the frame rate and the hertz that we see here is 100% consistent with real spy satellite technology. It's not consistent with commercial satellites. So if somebody was faking this from a commercial satellite perspective, it wouldn't look like this at all. So the person that would have looked into it, okay, you just got banned. The person that would have looked into it and created this would have had to have intimate knowledge about the real spy satellite capabilities. Now, aircraft velocity. With an understanding of both resolution and frame rate, we can make an educated guess about the velocity of the aircraft. Again, I'll turn to GIMP's measurement tool to measure the pixels across the frames. Essentially comes out to 292 knots, which is slow, but it's realistic. But the plane is turning and descending. That's why it's moving slowly. Just like if you're in your car and you go around a turn, you're going to slow down. Again, this person didn't know that at the time. Because this was the day after. But now that we know that, we know this is perfectly reasonable. And then the image path. Using the coordinates in the table above, I extracted the image path. My working assumption is that the readout is displaying the image center for the georeference frame, not uncommon for GIS, georeferenced imagery. I don't know where to share the actual files, but the KML raw file can be found here, and here's a screenshot from Google Earth. Now, the point that they're making here is that the point we're looking at is not the plane. We're looking at a big field of view, and when they move the screen, they're moving some screen to keep the plane in perspective, potentially down at the bottom of the screen. It would be great if someone took the time to stitch the frames together to get a full flight path, and somebody actually did that later on as well to see the full flight path of the object. But it does match what he ends up showing, which we now know to be true. So once again, I'm convinced that the original imagery is real, but cannot say one way or another whether or not it has been edited specifically because of how extraordinary it is. But if it was fake, whoever did it must have had a deep understanding of imagery sensors, computer vision, and aircraft dynamics. They did an incredible job. Now, here's their screenshot. So this is where they see the coordinates of the movement. And this is exactly what we expect as well. Now, the plane, though, is somewhere down, probably further down here. But we can't really tell because we can't tell from the angle. But this is where Catherine T, I can't really tell exactly on here where her boat is. But we're going to be looking at a much bigger field of view, and then the plane is going to be somewhere in it, and they're keeping the plane in perspective. So this doesn't mean this is where the plane is. This field of view can be huge. Here are the coordinate shifts, if you want to see them, because this person calculated them. A lot of people have asked me about these coordinate shifts. Here is the person using the pixel measurement to calculate the wingspan of the aircraft to get to the 1 meter per pixel accurate spy satellite capabilities. And then here is the 100% undeniable movement of the clouds right where I have my mouse down here. Can you guys see my mouse? Yeah, you can. Okay. Down here, you can see that the clouds are moving. You can even see the clouds moving down here as well. You can see the clouds evolving in many locations from this. And this is why the first and last pixel comparisons are so important. So the people that say the clouds are not moving are 100% liars. I mean, you can just look anywhere. Look here in the bottom right. Look over here. And we've shown multiple areas where the clouds are moving like this. This is not even just this one. This is just one of the ones that shows it the best. So once again, the clouds are 100% moving and evolving. So the last post, and then we'll move on to the space, and then we'll come back to some more stuff after the space. So 2D cloud picture hoax fully refuted. Okay, so first I'm going to give the summary of the cloud picture that showed up. In December, there was a debunk that claimed to find a 2D cloud picture with matching clouds to the MH370, but only if you inverted them, stretched them, and stitched the image together, which is already pretty weird. If you read the quoted tweet, you'll see that it's impossible for there to be a 2D cloud image in the video because the video itself is technically authentic. That means from a technical perspective, it's a real video. We see the moving clouds in it. The 6-day-old Reddit account that claimed to find the cloud image lied about how they found it, saying that they were somehow able to pick it out from hundreds or thousands of cloud images in just 20 minutes. This is an absolute fact. I see some of the debunkers on Reddit are already trying to claim that they didn't say that. We've got direct quotes from them. Let me pull it up. And I'm keeping track and screenshots of all this stuff too. So when they try to lie again, I just pull it up right away. Okay, here it is. Okay, there it is. No doubt. You guys can read with your own eyes. Only took me maybe 20 minutes before I found a perfect match on one of the cloud formations, which we know this person is lying because A, that's impossible. And B, you have to stretch the clouds and invert them to get the match. So we know there's no chance whatsoever that this person's telling the truth. The question is, why are they lying and how did they really find the cloud image? And they use a 6-day-old account full of numbers and letters as well, because they're trying to hide their identity. So 100% Rebunked here. I don't know right away. Like, I don't even have to go further than this. This is already like full proof that this is obviously some sort of fabrication and scam that these people are pulling. But let's just keep going. The user must have known exactly where to find that image. That's the only logical conclusion that we can make, is that user must have known exactly where to go to find that image. They didn't randomly go searching around the internet and find this image in 20 minutes. I looked around, and what was I going to say? Yeah, okay, I'll keep going. They mysteriously, anonymously emailed the supposed picture taker, and this was, I think, a different Redditor has now claimed that they're the ones who anonymously contacted the picture taker, which makes no sense, to get that person to tie their real name and for them to make a debunk video. Which, why didn't the 6-day-old Reddit account make the debunk video? Why would they have the picture taker do that? The answer is because they wanted the picture taker to tie their real name to it so that there would be more credibility to it. The picture taker couldn't even find their own image on the website. So if you have any doubt that the person was lying about being able to find the image, the picture taker couldn't find their own image on the website, because it's literally impossible to just look at a picture of some clouds and go, well, those are the clouds that match if I stretch it out and invert it and stitch it together. Literally impossible. So once again, the picture taker couldn't even find their own clouds on the website. The image in question didn't even reverse image search back to the website. So there's like a set of images, and all the other images reverse image search back to the website, except for the one with the clouds in them. Also, the one with the clouds in them only goes back to 2016 in the Wayback Machine. There's no evidence whatsoever that it goes back before 2016, except for the metadata that we were shown, which is easily faked according to debunkers themselves. None of the images in the set exist in any torrents. So we said, okay, well, let's go look at old torrents because that will show if the image exists. It doesn't. Doesn't exist in any of them. The website owner, because of this information, should have been able to track down who downloaded the images. They supposedly had a folder with these images in it just called Jonas Japan that they were ready to pull up at a moment's notice. It didn't even have a year in it. It just said Jonas Japan. That was the name of the folder. They should have been able to figure out who downloaded these images. It's a 70-day window. They're an obscure website with a tiny website that these images couldn't have been downloaded more than 5 times in that window of time. Maybe even less, maybe like 1 time. Nobody has gone to try to figure out who downloaded the images because they know that they're fabricated. They know they're fabricated. They know there's nobody got these images. We have 2 videos in perfect sync from 2 completely different perspectives. We show that there's accurate 3-dimensional lighting from the zap, naturally moving and evolving clouds, and the clouds line up in both videos, proving a full 3D render would be required. There's no doubt. There can be no argument about this. This requires a full 3D render. Anybody trying to claim that you can use After Effects and line up both videos to get them perfectly in sync is a liar. No chance, not possible. Any real VFX expert will tell you that's not how you would go about doing this work if you were given this task. Now a user, and the reason why that's important, the reason why they have to lie about it is because if they were to tell the truth that you can't use After Effects, first of all, it would negate all the recreation attempts, and it would prove that they didn't use a 2D cloud picture, because you're not going to use a 2D cloud picture to create a full 3D rendered environment. This is the reason why the debunkers are lying about it, and they continue to lie about it, and they will continue to lie about it after this. Now, just to completely throw the nail in the coffin of the cloud debunk. Oh, that was that nut job 30 King or whatever. Okay, well, he's gone forever too. Okay. And they're having full meltdowns because they can't address any of the facts or evidence, right? The debunker's point is that they're going to lie to you, and they are trying to use disinformation and propaganda to get the videos to go away. Meanwhile, I'm solving the case, which we've done, and we did that because the videos are 100% real, and we can easily refute all of their debunks using basic common sense and logic. So this will be the absolute death blow, permanent death blow to the cloud debunk right here, which is that a user in my YouTube comments provided evidence that the 2D cloud image was potentially created from the original military spy satellite footage, not from the downloads, not from Regicide Anon, not from the other high quality, but from the original footage, which would mean that the actual intel agencies were the ones who planted the image because they're the only ones who would have the original. So let's read through it and we can decide for ourselves. I've disproven something that the doubters had used to debunk the video. Someone combined a photo of the final view of the video with an identical image that contains all the detail and parts of the clouds that were rendered white when it was enhanced by boosting the contrast of the released video. The claim was that the hoaxer found the original photo or cloud video online and used it to fake the MH370 video, with the proof being that the original had all the missing cloud detail because it was unenhanced and low contrast. So it had no real dark and no real lights, just very grayish overall. But the MH370 video looks exactly like what boosting the contrast does to imagery, which I did to the original low contrast photo and made it look just like the video. My takeaway, as one who finds the debunking not nearly as convincing as the facts you have pointed out, is that the poster of the photo had access to the original video and that it had been processed to enhance its dull, grayish appearance. That high contrast, rich color product cannot be backward manipulated to restore the lost detail post enhancement because it was blown out, as they say, by turning those areas pure white. Once saved to a file, the detail is gone forever in that version. But whoever released the image of the higher detail but lower contrast version of the final view could not have produced it from the released video. I'll read that once again. Whoever released the image of the higher detail but lower contrast version of the final view could not have produced it from the released video. It could only have come from the original footage. It could only have come from the original footage. What I did was alter the MH370 screen capture every way possible to show that nothing restores the lost detail. And underneath that image, I put the results of the boosting the contrast of the low contrast original image, which subsequently looks exactly like the video, with one inexplicable difference. There's no plane. All differences to date have been proven to be falsifications, and only logical conclusion is that the videos are real. There's the image comparison that they posted on their post. There you go. Make do with it what you will, guys. That is the end of all debunks that are out there today. So presumably what will happen is that the debunkers will try to come up with a new debunk because all their debunks have failed. We should be 1,000% skeptical of any debunks that have come forth. The hoaxer would have already come forth months ago for the $150,000, which is no longer on the table. The $150,000 is no longer on the table. They had all the opportunities in the world to come forward. The money on the table was actually possibly promoting scammers and hoaxers. So any further debunks that come out here, we should be taking with a huge grain of salt. Any debunks that originate on Reddit will not be considered no matter what. So if you're somebody who's trying to debunk it, don't post your debunk on Reddit. It will not be considered. I'm going to clip this so that you know that it won't be considered. Redditors are fraudsters and scammers. They have fabricated multiple fake debunks, and they will try to fabricate more fake debunks. So once again, nothing on Reddit will be considered officially. Okay. No, I'm not doing any quick recaps, guys. You're gonna have to watch the videos if you wanna do it again. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and join this space that I was told to join. I think. Boy, how am I gonna find it? There's a space out there that I'm supposed to join. What was it called? Illuminati or something? One sec, guys. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah, here we go. Okay, we are gonna join this space for a little bit, and then we'll jump out and I'll answer questions and stuff like that. And then we'll go over a little bit more stuff. We'll do a little science after that as well. So let me share this here. Why is it so quiet? Let me share. Hold on. And I can tell you that, like, even Spotify will search or Wikipedia or whatever, like custom
sites as well as just the general search engine. So yeah, I like using that one for actual researching now. I was using DuckDuckGo a couple of years ago, but DuckDuckGo got bought out or something. They became controlled opposition. They're just like basically Google. A lot of omitted results, so you're gonna miss all the things that. Oh, we have Ashton has just joined us, actually.
Oh, sweet.
But yeah, so without a good search engine, you're gonna lose a lot of potential information that you would have otherwise seen on a better search engine that can better search indexed websites. I think Presearch is the best right now. I've also been using Brave Search a bit, but I feel like it's very simplified and missing. It's missing a lot as well. It's not there yet.
I can't turn the sound up, guys.
Presearch is the best.
I don't know how to. We're stuck with this.
I think we should have Ashton come on and introduce himself and tell the listeners a little bit about his research, because he's doing a very very unique research and putting it out there, and I think he's gaining a lot of attention quickly and popularity because of the truth speaks for itself, right? So the first time I encountered him, I was like, oh, wow, like, this is interesting. Like, I have to take a look at this. Like, this guy has got something unique here that nobody else is talking about, right? So I imagine it will keep gaining traction. And yeah, I think I'd like to let him speak.
Yeah, it's really nice. Oh, yeah. Well, sorry, I'll let you go, Ashton. I could give you a little intro here, I guess. Like, MH370 was a Malaysia flight that disappeared, and like when that first came out, like the conspiracies kind of circled about like, did it actually crash? Did it actually disappear? Whatever. And then the story went dark for years, and then all of a sudden, Ashton on X here has been making like a huge media presence with the credentials to back up that this flight has actually been tampered with and not crashed due to technology that is beyond the normal acceptable norm of what we think technology exists. So Ashton goes well into the depths of debunking this theory, and yeah, it's a pleasure to have Ashton here tonight to talk about this disappearing flight, just because you've been creating hype and now you're here on the Natty community. So welcome, Ashton. Welcome.
Yo. Thanks for having me. Yeah, and that was a great introduction. I appreciate it. I like to say that I'm just a normal guy that came across like the craziest videos in the history of the world, possibly. And not just me, a lot of people did. Like a lot of the content that I've been sharing and the posts that I made earlier today was from like a guy that's like familiar with satellite video and is a pilot and what have you. And a lot of the investigation that was done on all the social media sites, X, Twitter, Reddit, and even 4chan had a little bit to throw in, especially early on, is what got me so invigorated into looking into the case. And then after, I'm just going to say it as I say it, but after the feds kind of got banned the conversation on Reddit, I started posting about it on Twitter. And that's how I've blown up since August of last year. August of last year, I had 30 followers, and most of them were bots. I now have like 118,000 followers because I've just been posting them evidence about the case. I've been looking into everything that happened about the plane, going back over the old press conferences, all the news reports, everybody's analysis from every expert you could probably ever heard of related to the plane. Built this organization, MH370X. I started the own hashtag. I just came up with it one night. I was like, I'm just going to call it MH370X. Not super creative. But there's now like, I don't know how many people are on my Discord, but probably like over 500, 600, something like that. People that share stuff that they find. I kind of dig into it, vet it. And what we've been able to figure out is that this whole narrative that's out there of this pilot suicide, that this guy crashed a plane in the South Indian Ocean, it's total bullshit. And it's like not even a good cover up. We know the plane didn't crash in the South Indian Ocean because we found nothing there. We searched for 3 years and find literally nothing, not one piece. And then people are like, oh, well, what about the debris that washed up? And it's like, do you know the debris washed up in Africa? And they're trying to claim the plane crashed somewhere near Australia and no debris washes up in Australia. Like, this is the part where it's like, it doesn't take like some genius to figure this out. It just takes people like using common basic sense, looking at it. And you look at the debris, the like ocean currents, and you realize that like where the plane crashed, the stuff would have drifted to the east to Australia, but no debris washes up there. So recently today, you can read my post that I just made today. I think we've got a 100% full picture of what happened to the plane regarding a fire event. And people are like, well, why are you talking about advanced technology if it was a fire event? And this is where it gets pretty wild and pretty scary, is that either this was an accidental fire that happened with like 500 pounds of lithium-ion batteries that caused this plane to go dark, or the United States government put those batteries on the plane to ignite those batteries to force a diversion of the plane. But regardless, what happens, this plane turns back around, goes to the closest airport, which is Penang. So like the pilot's trying to save everybody, but they can't land. And this was the newest revelation just today, because the plane's filled with 8 hours worth of fuel. And your plane can't land because it's too heavy when it has that much fuel. It's a lot of fuel on the airplane. So if you guys have flown a lot, like if you have like an emergency weather thing happen and you have to land right away, they usually have to fly around in a circle for a while to burn the fuel off. Well, in this case, they had just taken off and they got 8 hours of fuel. But the problem is the fire took out the power. So now this plane has no power. They can't dump the fuel because there's no power. So they fly to Penang and they get there and they can't land because it's not safe because they're too heavy. So what do they do after that? What does the manual say you should do after that? It says you should land in the ocean. And we heard about Sully Sullenberger landing in the ocean or landing in the Hudson River, but landing in the ocean is not the same, especially not at the middle of the night at 2 a.m. when like 70% of your passengers are Chinese, and generally Chinese people don't learn how to swim as much as United States and other people in the West do. So this plane was doomed. And then people say, okay, well, if it's a fire, why would there be a cover up? Why are they talking about the South Indian Ocean and all this stuff? Because of the MH370 videos. So if you look in the pill, you'll see my post about macroscopic phase conjugation, which has been pinned to my profile. And if you want to read the quoted tweet in there about espionage, I lay out the whole reason why, where the plane went, all that stuff as well. There's 2 videos in perfect synchronization, which show 3 orbs, which people will call UFOs. Technically, I think they're UFOs, but I don't think this is aliens. I think this is like our technology that we've figured out. And they literally warped this plane. Like I say, you could call it teleportation. The official terminology for it is macroscopic phase conjugation, but it's a warp event, like Star Trek warp drive. And the difference is you don't have like the nacelles on your starship that, you know, they use for warp drive. In this case, they're using 3 orbs that are highly electrically charged, and they're able to create a extremely powerful electromagnetic force. And the last thing I'll say is that what we forgot in history 100 years ago is James Clerk Maxwell wrote his 20 electromagnetic equations. And then Oliver Heaviside fucked us all over because he came in and he simplified the equations down to 4 equations. And what they did when he did that was we lost the ability to manipulate gravity. And gravity is simply the stress in the medium. And if you go back to Maxwell's equations and you learn about the scalar potential, that's the stress in the medium. That's what gives rise to something called scalar physics. That's how we can create a gravity wave. And that's what's happening in these videos. The United States government, and probably the other governments at this point, have figured out gravitational manipulation, but further than that, straight up space-time manipulation. And I know that sounds absolutely insane. It sounded insane to me as well. But then after I talked to the DoD contract engineers and Salvatore Paez, who's a Navy engineer, I learned it's not. Like these people know that we're covering it up. And we're at a point where like it's so fantastical that it's so hard for people to believe that they want people like me just acting like an influencer, trying to get the information out so people can like start to come to terms with this, because it literally breaks people's minds. The implications are huge. So thank you for having me on this space. Happy to answer any questions or whatever.
Question for you. You just mentioned Salvatore Paez. You actually spoke to him? Because I know about his patents, and there is some on the anti-gravitational technology. And I do agree the government has TR-3B spacecrafts. So yeah, the video, I just checked it out. It's pretty compelling. Yeah. So you spoke to him, and he basically like said like, yeah, keep doing it.
I did 2 interviews with him. So the story goes back in October, someone was like, you should hit up Salvatore Paez. And I had emailed random physicists and stuff like that because I was trying to get physicists to weigh in on what we were looking at here. Like even people like Michio Kaku and stuff like that. Nobody ever responded, of course. I email Salvatore Paez. I get his email. He responds back like under 12 hours. And he's like, set up a podcast. Tell me the next Sunday you want to do it. And I'm like, well, I don't even have a podcast, but I mean, it's Salvatore Paez. And I was like you, like I knew about the patents and I had read them before. And I was like, they seem pretty crazy. So what the patents are is there's 3 of them. And he has more, but these are the 3 that were approved. The Navy had to step in and approve these patents because the patent officer didn't think it was possible physically to achieve energy densities the way that he argued that they were. And the energy densities that we need are exactly what we see in those videos where we see this cold endothermic event. So the first one is piezoelectric induced high temperature superconductivity. And that one's crazy because before I met any of these people, I was like, the three things we need to understand is like advanced AI, we need to understand superconductivity, and we need to understand traversable wormholes. And it turns out, and this was before I dug into any of the science, that that's exactly what we need to understand when we're looking at these videos. We're literally looking at a real humanly traversable wormhole in this video. It's what they really look like. So the second one is, as you mentioned, inertial mass reduction for a transmedium craft. That's the one that people call the TR3B one, because if you look at it, it's a triangle. This is the idea of like, if you were able to create a space-time bubble around an object, that would reduce its mass to potentially zero. And then once you have zero mass, like if you have a bubble and you have zero mass, now it takes a very small amount of energy to push it even to the speed of light, like the same amount of energy it would take to push a proton to the speed of light. And then the third one is probably the best, which you guys should read if you haven't. Like I've posted it on Twitter and gotten millions of views on it. High frequency gravitational wave generator. That one, he write, and the best part of his patents is that he writes them in a way where like normal people can understand it. And that one he talks about amplifying energy to such a degree where you can destroy a planetoid or asteroid. And when you look at the MH370 videos, especially that drone video in the pill, what you'll see happen right before the plane disappears is the orbs in the perfect triangle formation converge on the plane. And that's very important because that's consistent with something called Coulomb's law, which says that the electric force increases exponentially as the distance between the objects reduces. And that's exactly what's happening in those videos, that they're increasing the force to such a degree that's literally breaking through the fabric of reality from a layman's perspective. So pretty wild. And so, yes, I interviewed him twice. You can check it out on my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is exactly the same as my Twitter, at JustXAshton. The podcast is Hard Truths. Number 1 is Salvatore Paez. Number 4 is Salvatore Paez and Dave Rossi. And Dave Rossi is probably the smartest young engineer on the planet right now. He's a DoD contractor as well himself. He's worked on private labs. He's on record. I took him on Tim Pool with me, and he's on record saying that he's seen the types of effects that we're seeing in these videos in private labs. So usually this is the part where I say none of us would ever harm ourselves. Dave would never harm himself. If either I were to go missing, then you guys should be very suspicious. So there you go.
Yes, absolutely. Because like I said, you've gained a lot of traction just from exposing this one thing in depth. So, and you've been basically connected to some pretty legit people, especially who work for the government. So I could, the thing is, so, you know, why did they do this? Do you have an opinion on why this was done?
Yeah. So let's go through the main questions that you guys would have. So I already kind of mentioned the debris issue, which I think addresses that. Now, the why you do it is definitely the 20 Freescale Semiconductor scientists and engineers. So they work for this company, Freescale Semiconductors. It's an American company. 20 of them on the same plane is way too many. So right away, there was two things that stuck out about this plane. The 500 pounds of lithium-ion batteries sticks out right away because if you go to the post office in the United States, they're like, do you have any lithium-ion batteries in your letter? And you're like, it's a fucking letter. But that's how scared they are of lithium-ion batteries. And this thing is stacked with 500 pounds of them. Super dangerous. The other part is the 20 Freescale Semiconductor engineers, because you look at it and you're like, that's way too many people from the same company. And they were very important people. And when you look into them, 8 of them are Chinese nationals and 12 are Malaysian nationals, and they work for an American company. The number one target for Chinese espionage is Chinese nationals that work for American companies. There was actually just a Daily Mail news article about it like 2 weeks ago, where they talk about that China steals like $600 billion worth of intellectual property from the United States companies every year. And so you're looking at this and you're going, oh, wow. And then there's these narratives out there, which I can't prove, but I think are probably true, is that these people are most likely going to China to give China the literal technology we see in these videos. From talking to the engineers and scientists that I just mentioned, the two things that the public doesn't really understand and know about that allow for this magical technology to be possible. One is plasma physics, the idea of plasmoids or exotic vacuum objects, cold fusion. And we see a plasma field literally around these orbs as well, which is not a coincidence. And then the other one is semiconductors, superconductivity, superconductive microchips. Superconductive microchips are used in the most advanced technology on the planet, like AI, supercomputers. And I was able to just deduce and infer from looking at these videos that we need superconductivity from the whole LK99 stuff when you start seeing floaty stuff. But it turns out that superconductivity is just electrons moving freely. And for these types of effects to happen, we need something called like a coherent matter wave. And when electrons are flowing freely as superconductivity, they begin to form Cooper pairs, and they literally form electron waves just like that. And this is the stuff that will bring rise to anti-gravitational effects. And you can imagine them just amplifying it up. And this is where you go from having an orb that can just float freely, where you see these lines in front of the orbs pulling them forward. That's like the simple version of the science. The stuff where it starts to get crazy, like sci-fi, is when you can then take those same effects, target the beams towards the center mass of the plane, and create a phase conjugate pump wave. And now this literally just breaks through the fabric of reality. So this is the part where, like, what I would say to people is there's probably a lot of people going, well, China and Russia probably have figured this out. Yes, but this is not the kind of technology where it's on or off. It's the kind of technology where once you figured it out, now you can like advance it to a crazy degree. And in fact, even what we see in these videos is probably still relatively rudimentary compared to how crazy it can actually get. So this is why I get excited. Like, we are about to enter Star Trek.
So I had a question regarding ADS-B tracking. Was it, or maybe I just missed it, is it possible to track the drone via ADS-B?
So I don't think I've ever mentioned this, but I think I'm safe to say it, is that hopefully this doesn't break anyone's trust. So I've spoken to some of the official investigators that were out there, the old school ones. And people can probably figure out who I'm talking about here. I'm not going to say their names. But that they were actually looking into some of that to figure out if they could figure out what other planes or aircrafts were in the area. Because the French father specifically was told by a Mr. B, and this is on the Netflix documentary, that the Americans know exactly what happened to the plane and that there were 2 AWACS in the area, which are these like radar planes that people argue can jam signals. They can remote control crafts potentially. So I've actually FOIA'd the Navy. I FOIA'd every agency, but I FOIA'd the Navy specifically to try to figure out that information. I think I just got another rejection back. It's really hard to get FOIAs because, like, if you don't say the exact right words, then they just reject you. And then if you make it too complicated, then they say, oh, this is too complicated and it'll take forever and we can't do it. So maybe, but for the most part, like, the Navy took this plane. They're going to know to have covered it up. They're going to make it very difficult to find out about it. The best chance we have to prove the videos is probably Lieutenant Commander Edward C. Lynn, who I am 99.999% sure he's the guy that leaked these videos. If you go look at this guy's case, Lieutenant Commander Edward C. Lynn, they obfuscated everything. This is like one of the rare cases where they don't tell you what the guy leaked, and the government was afraid that if they went to court and they had to show the information, that they would, like, it would blow up. And the reason for that is because the defense argued that the classified information in question was available on the internet. And they tried to get this guy in prison for life, but it turned out that they had no evidence that he exchanged any information with anyone from China. So they had like nothing on him from espionage. But you imagine if somebody leaks these videos that you just warped the plane, of course you're going to think that they're a spy, because you're like, oh, you're going to think that they're trying to give this information to Russia or China. This is like infinitely more secret than nukes are. So instead, even after he took a plea deal, because he like admitted that what he did was wrong, I imagine they came to him and were like, no, dude, that wasn't like some alien UFOs that you just disclosed. That was our super weapons that nobody knows about on the planet. They still gave him 9-year sentence. That is a huge sentence for taking a plea deal. Most people that take plea deals for classified information, they get like a slap on the wrist, like a few months or a year or two. They gave him 9 years. And then we looked at his appeals, and in his appeal, he even argued that. And they had to have military people come in to convince the judge why what he did was so harmful. Probably because, like, people they don't know about these weapons at all. And they had to be like, no, dude, he gave away our super secret weapons. And this was a guy that we trusted with like nukes and everything. So if you look at the timing around when he joined the special spy plane squadron and when the investigation started, it's like a 1-month window. So it's basically got to be him. It's like February 2014, plane disappears March 8th, 2014. And then according to his lawyer, the investigation began April 2nd, 2014. And the satellite video is a screen recording where he definitely would have been caught from that, and they would have figured it out right away. So this is the guy. It's him or nobody, basically. So if we find this guy, he comes out, and I don't think he will, because taking the plea deal means that he's, if he talks about these videos, he's going back to prison. So he would have to come out as some kind of whistleblower. But even then, like, just look at how much misinformation the media pushed around the whole case. Like, he's going to look at the layout of the situation. He's going to say, nah, if I come out, they will crucify me. They will, pull all the media to use disinformation about the case like they did before. So it's a tough situation. So I don't know. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, thanks for that. That was crazy insightful. But yeah, just looking at this and thinking about it like almost daily, like, yeah, this is unbelievable technology, but it's, in a weird way, it's cool to think, like, where did the plane go? Is it stuck in time somewhere? Did it go down? Like, I don't know, but it's crazy to think about it. So yeah, keep doing the research. And I love it.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that real quick.
I got a wild card here, if I may.
Go ahead.
Very wild card. Please don't beat me up if you're not agreed. I have done research for this 370 for a year. I have not come to a really conclusion, but I got some idea. I really like the research that the guest just talked about it. But here's a wild card. I heard that this really never happened. That people on board, particularly those Chinese nationals and American overseas that used to live in China, all were involved in the anti-humanitarian and other deals and were previously arrested in prison long time ago. Some of them was executed years ago. So your year was 2014. And literally the time for Chinese government actually then is no longer exist. Chinese Communist Party have long gone from Ruth, but they play out just like what we're seeing. Everything is play out right now. Everything, all the people, major political figures and roles out there, nothing not. So it's not just we just started right now. We start years ago, long time ago. As I did research, I've not even dared to report 370 yet, but I think I will. Maybe it's time to dearly, just to boldly say something what I have found. I'm not too sure about this wild card, but I think I'm kind of, my sense is like believing it. Where is the body? There's nothing. For years of research, tons of money, they report. Everything is about reporting. People put paper in there, but why would I just listen to the report? I need to do the research and put puzzles together. That's what I have done, and I think this wild card is indicate to me a lot of people on board listed there, including the pilot, and both pilot and co-pilot was not even on board. It was long gone. They all have been involved with different things, a serious crime.
Oh, are you insinuating that the people were not actually on board, but they were actually taken care of, and then
Correct.
they used the whole plane thing as a way of ending them off,
exactly,
like, publicly?
I was trying to say, I feel like, where am I going? I hope I explain. So you understand exactly. I think they're long gone.
I understand where you're going with that, and he did mention there was about 20 engineers from the one company.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting.
I don't know, but I said that's why I said it's a wild card. I'm not sure, so please don't beat me up.
No, I won't. I mean, it makes more sense than a rogue pilot suicide into the Indian Ocean where we never found a single piece. I'll give you that much at least. But
correct.
Yes. And so I don't blame people for coming up with other alternative theories, because the reality is, like, the story we've been told is obviously full of crap. So, and I'm out here saying that we warped a plane to another spot on the planet. So I don't really have a lot of position to judge other people on their opinions. because I know how insane it sounds that we might have some technology like that. But what I would say real quick to the other person that asked as well is about like superposition, is that there is this theory that if you can warp a plane like this, that you can hold it in superposition. And there is this idea that if you achieve the speed of light, you experience a time dilation effect into the future.
Time.
And that part is really weird because there is a theory like, the Manifest, Lost, all these shows people talk about. There could be some kind of effect like that. Now, in this case, I don't think that's what happened, because there was a B777 fire suppression device that washes up in the Maldives, which I think proves the fire theory. But also these islanders on this small island, 20 of them, see the airplane in the early morning hours. And they see the red and white stripe of Malaysian Airlines, and everybody dismisses them. They're like, oh, they're dumb islanders. It's like just all racist bullshit. And they see the plane flying south to Diego Garcia, the military base, where it's like everybody says, all the conspiracy theories say this is where the plane would go. And I agree. That's like the perfect place to hide an aircraft. So to me, and the phones were ringing. 19 family members signed a joint statement saying their phones were still ringing for up to 4 days afterwards. And these family members were distraught. They were getting arrested. They were crying, screaming during these press conferences. And you can tell why in retrospect, because when you look at those videos, you go, oh, they knew they were being lied to. They knew that all the officials were full of crap. They were being lied to nonstop. So if the phones were still ringing, that means those phones were on Earth somewhere and they were near a cell phone tower somewhere. So my opinion is this plane didn't go 10 years into the future. But I don't think that the passengers all lived. If I had to guess, that the fire potentially caused many of them to pass away. And also I read as well that, I mean, you guys have seen the Boeing aircrafts recently, like falling apart midair. I read that some of the fire toxicity reports were fabricated, and that if these Boeing planes start on fire, the plastics release like super toxic chemicals that would kill people. Like, I don't want my plane to start on fire. So the masks that they give you with the oxygens that come down, they only last for 20 minutes. And our theory here, from when the plane goes dark to this event you see in the videos, is like an hour and 20 minutes. So it's not looking good for the passengers in general, which is where I tell the families, if they're listening, my condolences, because it's not looking great. But there is some chance that maybe a few people survived. If they did, I imagine they would have given new identities, potentially become wards of the state of the United States government. Or if they're lucky, maybe they're living their days out on the beautiful island of Diego Garcia, which seems like a paradise.
Yeah, that's a great point. What you just said. Maybe some people did survive. Maybe they did transport. They did the macroscopic phase conjunction and brought the plane to the military base or wherever. They took the people who they needed to do executions, tribunals with. They dealt with them. Maybe some did die from them actually doing this, and there actually was a fire. And then maybe actually some did survive, and they were given new identities. And the reason, and the families, like you said, would have been asking questions the whole time, because things are not adding up. And this is kind of like 9/11 as well, right, with the planes.
And I try not to combine all of them, but like, yeah, there's definitely connections to other conspiracies, and I think it goes back to the science of like directed energy weapons and all that. So if you're interested in that, like, check out Thomas Bearden. To me, Thomas Bearden is one of a kind. He talks about scalar weapons, scalar physics. Phase conjugation is like this idea that you can like cancel out the electromagnetic wave, but what's left, going back to Maxwell's equations, is this scalar potential. And if you can beam that scalar potential to a distance and then cross it with another scalar beam, you can recreate the energy at a distance or absorb the energy at a distance. He used to call it a cold explosion. And what is a cold explosion? It's an endothermic event. That's exactly what we see in that video in the pill right now. So I think he was on point, and the applications are pretty much endless. I go out of my way to not combine this to any other conspiracy theories. I don't combine it. I don't talk about 9/11. I don't talk about MH370, which a lot of people look into. I don't talk about the Maui fires. But if you are interested in those, there definitely is like this common thread of the science that kind of permeates between them.
Yeah, I would definitely say the Maui fires is a directed energy weapon scenario, because the people who did the whole blue roof thing, and then actually a lot of people started painting their roofs blue afterhand in other countries, because of the directed energy weapons can be programmed to avoid certain targets of certain colors. So, and allegedly that's blue because blue is like water. So you're not going to send a directed energy weapon into a body of water that's blue, because you're just going to end up with what? Boiled water. So I guess that's why blue is the choice there. Now I see a lot of hands here, so let's get someone who hasn't had a chance yet come up here and ask a question. How about yep.
Yeah, no, let's yeah, whether we take Reptile or I believe Money was what's up, Money?
Yeah, they've both been waiting. So they'll go one after another. Who wants to go
Yeah,
first? Reptile or
let's
Money?
keep it on point.
I'll just
Yeah.
jump in quickly. Amazing information, Ashton. Like, it's mind-boggling. If people haven't seen it, it's up in the nest. You can actually see the footage. It's just total sci-fi. Now, if this is true, this is probably one of the most incredible things ever caught on camera, and shows you the level of the technology that whoever these secret people actually are. But lots of my questions got answered, like, what happened to these people? Let's just say they were healthy, Ashton. What would happen? What did they do? Transport the plane to a different space? Is that right?
Yeah, so good question on that one. Yeah, and a lot of people say, like, oh, well, we know the military is like 10 or 20 years more advanced than us. But what does that mean? Like, nuclear bombs, we dropped the nuke, the United States did, on Japan in 1945. That was 79 years ago. That was a whole lifetime. That was 4 generations ago that we did that. What is 10 or 20 years more advanced than 2024? What does that look like? I would first of all argue that the military is probably 50 or 100 years more advanced than us if they have this kind of technology. I think they've been hiding this technology, and that's what we're looking at right there, is that we've got anti-gravity technology, space-time manipulation technology, and this stuff just makes nukes completely obsolete. Now, to your point, something cool I found out, there's these Defense Intelligence Agency papers from 2010. One of them is called Warp Drive, Dark Energy, and the Manipulation of Extra Dimensions. And the other one's called Traversable Wormholes, Stargates, and I think Dark Energy again, something like that. And one of the interesting things they point out is that the difference between a wormhole and a black hole is that there's no event horizon in a wormhole. And this is really important, because this means that you're not going to get ripped to shreds from going through a wormhole. It means that the gravitational forces don't rip you to shreds. That's what an event horizon is. That's the point where light can no longer escape. So if you fall into a wormhole, you get ripped to shreds. You can never escape because the gravitational force is too strong. But if you go through a wormhole, like what we see in the MH370 videos, it doesn't just suck you in. It's not that it has this high gravitational force. You just move from one location to the other. And then the other aspect is, I think that there is an ether. And the ether is what we in physics would call the quantum fluctuations of the vacuum, or the virtual particles. Is like, this is my new term that I use. That's just the ether with extra steps. And this idea of, like, that's the canvas on which our reality is painted on. And so what this means is, when you go to the extra dimension, you're not going to bizarro world. You're just using the extra dimension as a shortcut between 2 points in our actual reality. And so the answer to your question is that they're just moving from one location to somewhere else. Now, in theory, that could be the moon, that could be the Andromeda galaxy. But what we've deduced, based on how far we're advanced with this technology right now, is that it's more like a rubber band, where you have to have a fourth orb somewhere else. You take your rubber band and you stretch it out, and you have your fourth orb in one location and your plane and your 3 orbs in the other. And then the event happens, the macroscopic phase conjugation, then snap, the plane zaps over to somewhere else. And then it's probably just somewhere else on Earth. But now in the future, you can imagine, like, if you can entangle those orbs to something that's in the Andromeda galaxy, maybe you could warp it all the way over there. But for now, I think that we're probably limited to how far we can go based on how far away we can send the fourth orb. So maybe to the moon, but probably just mostly here on Earth.
Imagine that technology actually used for the good. No more planes and stuff. You want to go around the world, just boom, you're there already. Imagine that.
Well, so here's the next bit. So I started digging into it more. And when you look into Thomas Bearden, one thing you find out about this idea of the ether is free energy, is that you can produce a device that taps in to that underlying, that black cold event that we see in the video, and you can just produce free energy from it. If you have, like, the right type of device using the right magnets or various other configurations, which I don't personally know yet, but I've had people tell me it can. Yeah, the right, and it always uses like toroids, right? Like toroid is donut shape, is like the consistent thing that you see.
Yeah,
asteroids. Ball lightning. If you look at the ball lightning machines, Ashton's gone through a lot of them in his videos. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and so free energy is what this all comes down to. And if you imagine, like, why would you cover up this plane disappearing if it's a fire event? Even the warp drive thing, you'd be like, why would that's a? I mean, sure, that's a lot, but that's still just kind of a weapon. But the idea of free energy, that's what you cover up. Because man, if the world gets free energy, the world is going to change in a major way.
Yeah,
every war in
I
the
think
world is
that would be why they would hide the video that you actually have posted there with the orb thing happening. Because in my opinion, those anti-gravitational spacecrafts, the TR-3B or whatever, the more advanced ones, they would need to have free energy technology that would harness from the aether free energy. So I think that is actually the motive. I think the motive right there is because they actually did do this and it's caught on video, they have to hide it and they have to toss it under the rug, because then they have to admit, yes, we have spacecrafts, yes, we have free energy, yes, we're keeping the free energy from all of humanity and charging them gas and oil and all these other types of electricity to have endless enslavement. I think we figured it out here today.
That's exactly what I think it is. I mean, you imagine, because that's the thing where, like, no matter what side of the political spectrum on, you're gonna get pissed off about, right? If
Yeah.
you're like a libertarian and you're like, I want to go live off the grid and I can just have a free energy device and not to be dependent on the government, or if you're on the side of like the liberal side where it's like you want green no fossil fuels, no pollution.
Yeah.
It's like all of those things can be solved. I mean, it's like the whole climate change crap is just bullshit, like political bullshit, right? So yeah.
Yeah, and we wouldn't even need to use coal, period, ever. Or any type of like gas or oil. If we had free energy, we would just convert the Teslas to actually be free energy. Like, you know, they would not need to recharge. That would just be the idea. And I think Tesla is going there. And here's the deal, right here. Here's the thing. Trump has the Tesla paperwork that was the FBI got involved, and they gave the FBI some of the patents, but not all of them. They kept the good ones, and John Trump handed it over to Donald Trump. And you're going to see when Trump does get restored back into power, we're going to see some of these patents and technologies finally start making their way out. And I think that the free energy is a big one of them. And yeah, I would like to I hope to see that it happens in our lifetime for sure. Because yeah, it would be good for everybody. Nobody should be complaining about that. And yeah, money AP. Let's
Money Penny, thank you for
Money
having
Penny
on the stage, Money Penny. So I've been investigating this pretty much alongside Ashton. He's really inspired me a lot in terms of looking into the scalar technologies, the gravitics technology, and the free energy, obviously. But I started life as an economist at Chase Manhattan here in London for about 20 years. So I'm more interested in the financial side of it. And much as I believe free energy is a very good reason why we don't want to have disclosure, even down to the UFO disclosure, because of the reverse engine technology of alien spacecraft, which obviously has got an affinity with these drones that we're looking at. I believe they are connected. However, I think the bottom line of why MH370 disappeared is money, as is most things in the world, because 161 billion US dollars, which is, you know, bigger than half bloody GDP of most countries, was what the amount of money was that the United States would have lost if that plane had got to its destination. So briefly to explain, those 20 people from Freescale, the semiconductor company, that company had been under a transition, a sort of coming together merger type thing since 2009. Also running alongside was the world's largest financial scandal, which is still actually going on, involving Goldman Sachs, the Department of Justice, and a huge amount of money laundering, which brought down the Malaysian government, kicked out the Malaysian prime minister, putting him in jail. This is all within the same 2 or 3 years that the plane disappeared. It is all connected. And the SEC paperwork that I've got, a lot of it I've posted in the nest for you. It's all on my profile. Shows that the semiconductor marketplace, which was a very embryonic war going on at the time between China and the United States, the only way the United States were going to kick China out enough was to use Malaysia as its...
Oh, that's how I do it. Okay, guys, cheers real quick to William Bill. William Bill has been following the investigation for a long time. He's an awesome guy. I think he's 69 years old today, and I want him to be around for when we're able to get free energy. So cheers, William Bill. Appreciate you, man. This is to you, buddy. Thanks for reminding me as well. Okay, I'll put it back up.
What has already happened, and we are only now going into the really sophisticated wafers and the AI technology that is being used by some of the most advanced chips in the world. Without Malaysia, the United States would not be the second largest semiconductor player in the whole worldwide market.
68. Sorry,
And
not
they
68.
wouldn't have done that
68.
if that plane had got to Beijing. So that, to me, is very much the reason behind it.
I think all the government, including what you just mentioned, China, Malaysia, and the United States, all of them is actually one, the dark sick society. That's it, but has nothing to do with people there. What you just mentioned, I believe, is long taken care of, and I don't think it's nothing to do with,
not bad.
The United States is bigger or trying to
Yeah, we're drinking a
control
little airline
China or
boozers.
not. Chinese Communist Party, Malaysia government, everywhere else, Taiwan government, Hong Kong, including the UK, everywhere, European.
Yeah.
Guess who's back? Yeah, and for the record, sorry for drinking on stream. I don't really like to drink on stream very much, but we're celebrating. So if there are any children watching, alcohol is bad, drugs are bad. Do not do that. But when you're an adult, you can indulge, especially when you've, uncovered the largest verifiable conspiracy of all time. So that's fun. Yeah, and for the record, this T. Powell situation is going to be interesting in here in a second because he's one of the Reddit debunkers. He's been literally he paid $550 at least to promote tweets or something like attacking me or whatever, trying to debunk the videos. It's going to be a shit show. So get ready, guys. It's going to be fun.
Natural resources in the South China Sea, the basin of the South China Sea contains a lot of precious metals the US simply does not have access to.
I think that they do. US dark government, fake government, is owner of the Chinese Communist Party, which is was
Could have just spent it on
established
crack.
in 1949, secretly in 1923 in Shanghai first.
Link?
And then even further, I give you information. Everybody else maybe want to know. The South Korean government was formed in Shanghai as well. So Shanghai has a very strong base in 1923, 21 as well. So established there, and then they moved to different territory. All for
North Korea.
All the same owner.
2014, there was a plot to assassinate.
Okay, I'm gonna let them talk for a second. You guys probably can't hear them now. I can hear them in my headset here. So if you missed it, if you're just catching up, I think we found the missing piece on why the plane did not land in Penang when it turned around after the fire event today. And that missing piece was there was too much fuel. There was too much fuel, and they couldn't dump the fuel because the plane had no power. The plane had no power, couldn't dump the fuel. So what did they do? They went for the water landing. This is the reason why they go to the location and the coordinates that we see. This closes the gap on it. And then people say, well, if it's a fire event, is it an orb event? Well, technically it's both. Technically, it's both events. The reason for the cover-up is what we see with the orb event in the videos. Now, you could argue, was it a VIP that they were rescuing this person due to an accidental fire? Or is it a situation where the United States set the fire, and this was espionage from the beginning? They diverted the plane over to the west, away from China, and then they warped the plane away as just a F you, who's your daddy, to China. Again, I don't know all the exact motivations of the United States government. I want to live as long as I can possibly live. So I don't know how much I want to look into it, but the United States government did this. We have warp drive technology. It's been hidden, leads to free energy, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of what we're getting at here.
Today is going to be a whole part of it.
Well, I love the research and clarity here, but I think by 2014, everything is like a play out. Just want to wake people up. Already started long time ago. It's not just started conquer each other. I don't think so. I think everything is owned. Every fake government in the world.
So for Richard, we did look it up today, and it does need power to dump the fuel. It turns out the fuel pumps require power. So that's the interesting part, because I didn't think they did either. But we found Jeff Wise's blog where multiple people talk about it.
But
so that was a big revelation today.
Laundry and all that is actually just all
J-Lo. Do you know
inner
J-Lo?
deals.
Yes.
Inner deal.
J-Lo, do you know of J-Lo,
This is
the
getting off track, chat.
multi-billionaire, the Malaysian multi-billionaire that
Getting off
brought
track
down
here.
the Goldman Sachs, the entire Goldman Sachs that
I'm glad that they're fighting one another, so I don't have to jump in. I can just let them go at it. The lady doesn't think the plane existed, and the one who wants to like tie the 1MD. Honestly, MoneyPay is probably not even wrong about the 1MDB stuff, but like we just don't have a direct connection, you know. And the more we try to connect and speculate, the less credible the case is. Like I'd rather just stick to what we can prove definitively versus just speculating wildly.
We didn't know what's going on, but innerly, all same thing. It's same game. But by 2014, everything was just to play it out, basically. By then, everything is already conquered. I have to tell you, by then it's done. A lot of people have taken. A lot of people have gone. That's what I believe is happening. Otherwise, today, we will not be here at this
Yes,
stage.
definitely. I agree with you that the stuff started well before, and the military was going to remove Obama, but they didn't because Trump agreed to be the commander in chief and pass the executive orders. So they didn't publicly remove Obama from office, which may have very well been actually around 2014, like you said. Now, hold on. Now, she had mentioned the 5 companies, right?
Okay, we're gonna ignore that for a second. Yeah, even if I would dump the fuel, I would not have taken chances with the hold full of hot lithium ion battery. They were doomed. This plane was fucked, chat. This plane was fucked. Like there's nothing they could do. You lose power. You've got lithium ion battery fire. If you guys go look up the planes before this, a number of planes burnt up. They were screwed. This was like they were all basically dead, like that. And there was like, which is the least worst way to die? So they went for the ocean landing. That was the best bet. I mean, they were doomed to go land in the ocean too. This is why there might be this scenario of like some dude's like, I'm not going down, calls up the bat signal to get the U.S. government to orb them to safety. Like it has some legs to it. Just an espionage from the very beginning.
Bloodlines. Now, they would never want free energy to be released because they also own the petroleum industry as well, fully. 100% they own the full petroleum industry. So that's where they make a lot of trillions. So let's. I know there's a lot of other people here.
He was talking about the Ashkenazi Jewish people.
Just quickly, you're spot on with oil. So the biggest investors that were making their money through this Malaysian scandal and the money laundering were Petro Saudi, Kuwaiti Oil, and Petronas. So the biggest oil producers at the time across the whole of Southeast
I'll make
Asia.
some notes
Remember,
for you guys
the other
for
Malaysian
questions
plane
you
went
guys have.
down as well from southern Ukraine, Russia. That was all oil. It was all about oil. So absolutely bang on why they don't want us to know that you can make zero energy by using ball lightning and vacuums and air, and fresh air and water. You can run a car on fresh air and water. They don't want us to know that because oil is their protection. The big state is relying on it.
Yeah, the fiat currency is tied to the petrodollar. So what's happening actually now, and as we go forward, Zimbabwe is the prime example. They're pegging their currency to the gold, to the precious metals, silver also probably, and maybe even other precious metals, but mainly gold and silver. Now, other countries will be following suit on this, or they will fall behind economically. They will be left out of trade. Russia already backed their dollar to the gold. So other countries who want to be in the BRICS alliance will be doing this. Biden, of course, will not be doing this while fake Biden is president, because that's part of his role, to ruin America and wake the people up. But when Trump is publicly restored, whatever which way it happens, whether via election or via military intervention, then he will also do that as well, so that he can be on the level with Russia and with the other countries who are getting gold backed, and he can fix the economy and take the fiat dollar away from being backed by petroleum. Excellent. Yes, that's very good point. So let's get someone else on here, maybe who hasn't had a chance to ask a question. I see Vishal has his hand up there waiting patiently, then AJ Media, and then T Powell. I see all of you. So let's get you one by one. Vishal, go ahead.
Hey,
we were on track here.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Ashton, nice seeing you again. The first point that I have is a question for you. you said that the cell phones were on, and we discussed about this in the last, I think,
Uh-oh.
few days back, one last space.
Uh-oh.
My concern is,
How's this gonna
if
go?
people were died, obviously the physical material probably, people died because of fumes, toxic fumes. Uh, but once, let's say, I'm just assuming that the plane landed in Diego Garcia or wherever, physically anywhere else in the world, these conspirators would, don't you expect them to be like taking that precaution to ensure that there is no communication device that is on or something like that keeps bothering me. That's my first question to you. And then I have some points. Remember, if you work for any multinational organization, these corporations, they don't allow, they have very strict rules
Kimberly.
when senior employees are traveling across the world. uh, like I used to work for a very big corporation, and there was strict regulation when it came to
Chat,
flying
you're right.
internationally, wherein not more than two employees on the same plane if they are at a certain grade level above. So this semiconductor, the example that we are talking about, 20 people in all, seem to be like a setup, because most corporations don't allow senior people to fly on the same plane.
20 people.
Chat, you
Sorry,
guys are on fire.
key people, yeah, yeah. Key people, yes.
I
Yeah,
hate
I've heard that
Sorry,
before
Indian
about a
accent.
limit of a certain
sorry.
amount of key individuals. I've heard that as well.
Indian
And
accent
you
is
make a good
disgusting.
question with the how did they have that footage? How did they have that footage? Right?
Yeah, and I have a last point, so that then I will just listen in. uh, this was all about this point is about
Chat, you guys are on fire.
we thinking that the corporations are fighting with each other, but eventually the investors are the same, right? So yes, that seems to be like the case, because uh, we think that US is fighting with China, or China is fighting with India, whatever. uh, it's all about business, and
I
business
love you guys,
entities,
chat.
their investors are still the same. So what I feel is, these investors make these fights
It's
happen
cracking me up.
because all they care about is returns, which is essentially efficiency, right? So they want certain entities like corporations and nations to fight with each other, so that their investment or whatever the money they have gets the maximum returns, right? So what we as individuals, or let's say average Joe, think that these nations or these corporations are fighting against each
I can't
other,
keep it
but if
together,
we
chat.
look at uh, the guys who actually are investors and benefiting from this war are the same people. So let's say a company A and B, a chocolate manufacturer, uh, A is making 50% gross margin or profit, let's say, versus another company B in the same market. The investors are still the same. So investor is going to invest whichever entity gives them the maximum benefit. So nations are not fighting, corporations are not fighting. They are just playing out efficiency game, while we are observing that there is a fight. Thank you.
Yeah, great questions, Vishal. Appreciate you, man. Good to talk to you again. The phones thing is something I think about a lot. I think you brought up a good question, which is like, shouldn't they have like been smart enough to get rid of the phones? But I think that's the thing. Is like maybe it got overlooked. I could imagine a world where, first of all, I don't think if they're stealing this plane and planning on warping it away, I think you got to have some people on the plane. And there were two Iranian passengers who were using stolen passports. They were traveling together, changed their identities to look like they're hijacking. These people are operatives, and they collect everybody's phones. And Philip Wood maybe puts one of the phones in his prison wallet, up his butt, and supposedly that's how he gets a picture off later on. But I don't know. It's hard to imagine. But then the thing is, even military and what have you are not infallible. So maybe they take all the phones, they throw them in a bag, and then they land at Diego Garcia later on after the whole event, and they throw the bag in the corner, and then one dude's like, "Oh, you were supposed to get rid of the phones. Oh shit, I forgot to get rid of the phones." Right? And then now they're ringing because they don't realize there's like a commercial cell phone tower on the island, which actually Ken Stabbing, he and I don't necessarily see eye to eye on everything, but you know, I appreciate people that have different points of views. That does no problem for me. And he found that there was a commercial cell tower on the island. So, you know, maybe that's how they were able to make a cell phone call. What I can say is there's no chance that if a phone's underwater for more than a few minutes in the middle of the ocean, you're not going to get any phone rings. That's not going to happen at all. So that much I know for sure. And one of these people, if it was just one or two people, I'd be willing to throw it out. But it's 19 family members, and one of them proves it on on Chinese television that the phone is ringing. So to me, there's like you got to have some more logical explanation. With respect to the whole like the companies and what have you, what I'll say is like I invested my money, and I say this publicly so the SEC doesn't come after me for insider trading or anything like that. That I invested my money in NXP Semiconductors. Actually, that's who Freescale was sold to the next year. Because after this went down, I'm like, shit, semiconductors are like where the magic happens and the world has no idea. And to that point, the people that were the investors, like the BlackRock group, I think is one, or like, I don't know, the Carlyle group or whatever they are. Like, I want my money where the rich elite fuckers have their money. Because those are the ones who, like everybody else, the world is just a game to them. And like, they don't care if these people disappear or that people disappear, right? They just want to make more and more and more money. And that's where I think that people should hide their money. So from that perspective, you could imagine that they don't give a crap what happens to these people. Because also, and I think Moneypenny investigated this, that the Freescale had this huge amount of debt, like $7 billion in debt or something like that. And when they got sold to NXP, all that just went away. So all the people that had been invested in there that may have potentially were going to lose their money, like the fact that it got sold to this other company just like bailed them out, which is pretty incredible. So I get a little bit scared about digging into the money because that's where you get disappeared. Like going against your government's one thing, but going against the people that have the money and the power, that's much scarier to me. So hopefully that answers your questions. Good questions on those, Michelle. Good talking to you, man.
Thank you, Ashton.
7 billion. What did you say?
Okay, next we're gonna have AJ Media ask a question.
AJ Media.
And just before that, Vishal, I'd ask you to just mute your mic if you don't mind, just in case we don't have any more interruptions. Thanks. Cheers.
Yeah, just want to say, Ashton, it's definitely smart for you to kind of stay away from the political stuff and just focus on the details of the case. There's a lot of these spaces that are, you know, just talking about Israel, talking about Ukraine and all the proxy wars that are happening. But the technology that you're talking about is, you know, sure, they're using Lavender and programs to target civilians in war, you know, in Israel right now and stuff. But the technology that you got that you're working on is this macroscopic phase conjugation, 0-point energy technology, you know, essentially renders, you know, nuclear technology basically useless in combat situations. So it seems like there, you know, these protests and things that are happening is really a distraction to kind of hide what they're, you know, what they really don't want you to know about. You know, I know that recently you submitted some of the evidence to AARO, which is the department, government department. You haven't heard back a response from that, but could you talk about a little bit Edward C. Lin and just kind of an ode to Edward C. Lin, because really without him there wouldn't be this discussion right now. He's the one that leaked the video supposedly and kind of you know, the coordinates of the Nicobar Islands and that sort of thing. So, you know, could you just kind of touch on, you know, Edward's resume and how important he is to this case?
Yeah.
You did
yeah.
hear
Okay.
back from Arrow, Ashton, didn't you? Because that was when we said it was.
Yeah. Let me try to pull up. Let me try to pull up the email. I did FOIA.
You posted it. You posted it,
So,
but on the
hold
FOIA
on.
response. No.
Hold on,
Right.
Moneypenny. I got it. So yeah. So I did send a FOIA in, and it's the NCIS, who are the ones who investigate criminal stuff in the Navy, which is what Edward C. Lin was part of. And they did send back that it was going to be rejected in total due to, let me see, rejected to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy. But right before I get to that, I want to say, yes, I do avoid politics in general. But if this case ever does get solved and we reach a conclusion, don't worry, I got really terrible political takes for you guys that I'll throw out there on social media. But yeah, I am trying to avoid a lot of that stuff and other stuff as well, because a lot of debunkers and people like out there like are trying to use like anything they can dishonestly against me to use it to either discredit me or discredit the case. And I think it's really important to try to keep the case as legit as possible. So let's start with AARO stuff. I did back in like November when AARO, they're the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. They're basically like the UFO researcher people in the government. They recently came out and said there's no extraterrestrial. We're not hiding anything. And all the UFO community, who I hate, by the way, we have no love for each other. They were all melting down over it. And I was just laughing because I'm like, this doesn't harm me at all. I'm like, yo, I'm saying this is our technology, so it doesn't bother me that people are saying there's no extraterrestrials or whatever. But I was like the first one or one of the first ones to submit to their website when the website came online back in like November of last year. And the guy I talked to in January told me this. So that's the reason why I think he's legit. Not to mention that if somebody was hoaxing this guy, then they are, committing a felony by impersonating a federal officer and a military member, as well as the emails I have are literally from OSD, Pentagon, Intel, SEC, mailbox, AARO, external, which seems pretty legit. It's got a .mil response. So the most recent response I got back to them from them was April 11th, which is almost a month ago. These guys have been like ghosting me, taking forever to respond. I would send them an email and they're like, we'll get back your answers next week. And then like a month goes by and then they send me, oh, we're busy. Sorry. And I haven't released all the emails, but if they keep ghosting me, I will release every single email correspondence I have with them. I'm not going to drop the guy's name because he told me not to say his name. I'm not trying to dox him, but this one is really interesting. So April 11th, after 4 months after I talked to them on the phone for like an hour and a half one night, and I tell them everything about the case, tell them about Edward C. Lynn. I say, look into the videos, look into what Edward C. Lynn was prosecuted for. If he's the guy, you're going to be able to figure out right away that these videos are what he leaked, and that's game over. That's proof they're real. I think I might have red-pilled this dude. His response says, Mr. Forbes, my apologies for the slow response. AARO is researching several topics at the moment. This was April 11th. Some of AARO's initial research into MH370 has revealed the U.S. government's search efforts after the airliner disappeared from radar. Now, this is really weird because if we had been searching for this plane after the plane disappeared, that means we're using our surveillance on it. We found over-the-horizon radar, their persistent global surveillance network, the SOSUS, the sound surveillance system for acoustic sounds. We should have found something. And instead, the world's been told there's nothing going on. But these guys are saying that they found something. They're not saying exactly what, but something. They say, I believe the genesis and the authenticity of the videos may be helpful. Can you confirm the date the videos were posted to the Regicide Anon YouTube channel? And yes, a quick follow-up call may be helpful. So I responded back to them 3 times. I'm not going to go into all the detail. The first one was like, here's the videos. I know you're busy. Here's my whole evidence list. Here's where you can find the videos. The investigation has proven beyond a doubt that the United States government knows what happened to the plane. Here's Edward C. Lynn. I tell them that I'm going to be honest with them, that I don't feel comfortable revealing all this information about our surveillance capabilities and our super weapons. I send them another follow-up like a week later saying, I can prove basically that post in the pill right now. I basically send him that post in the pill saying like, dude, I figured out this macroscopic phase conjugation. We've been hiding science from the world. And I post him a couple of links. And then the last email I sent him was a couple of weeks after that, like a week and a half ago or something like that, where I'm still being ghosted. And I'm like, dude, some guy came to me and he tells me about Quick Terrain Modeler. So I look it up. And Quick Terrain Modeler is the software that all the military, the Department of Defense, and the intelligence community uses. And we find another document talking about how it integrates with Google Earth to provide, tracking and surveillance capabilities. And I'm like, dude, this is what I literally was able to deduce from the SIBR system, the satellite system. And now I'm finding documents that says interoperability with Google Earth, Quick Terrain Modeler, and other programs has enabled us to build 3-dimensional vantage points to gauge suitability of attack by fire positions for AH-64s and observer posts for scouts prior to mission using radio line of sight tools and reflective surface data. And I'm just like it's getting awkward here because we're finding so much shit about how surveillance stuff works that like I'm an American and I don't want to reveal all this stuff. So they've ghosted me since then. And I personally believe the reason why they've ghosted me is because they figured out that Edward C. Lynn is the guy. And now there's no way to lie. Like, what story are they going to tell me? Because I've got all this evidence, and any story they tell me, I'm going to be able to prove it's a lie. And they know I'm going to post it on my social media to my 18,000 followers now. And they're going to see that it's a lie right away as well. So their only response is to say nothing. Now, the Edward C. Lynn stuff, I'm going to read through, and this is from my publicly available evidence list that you can find links to on my profile. The leaker is probably a U.S. military personnel, likely an operator. And whoever's got their thing open, can you close it? Hitler did nothing wrong. Can you mute yourself, please? Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, appreciate that from you. Okay, so they were likely a U.S. military personnel, likely an operator. They probably had an emotional reaction because Regicide Anon says they received the videos on March 12th, but they didn't publish it until May 19th, which is like a 68-day window. So you can imagine somebody sees this and they're like, hey, post this on your UFO channel. And you're like, nah, I don't believe that can be real, right? Even UFO people don't believe it can be real. So they might have to be convinced. They even said source protected. So you can imagine someone was communicating going, it might not have to be Edward C. Lin. He might have leaked it to somebody else, and then they leak it to the internet. They're like, dude, post this. This is crazy. They removed the HUD data. So they removed the HUD data and they cropped the screen, which tells us that this person was probably a patriot that did not want to damage U.S. intelligence. They wanted to give the minimum amount of information to solve the mystery of the plane. They may even have thought that they were looking at UFOs only later on to be revealed to be U.S. technology, because the initial video says satellite video, airliner, and UFOs. It doesn't say U.S. steals MH370. Here's the satellite video. Now, in addition, so here's the stuff about Edward C. Lin. He was assigned to the Special Projects Squadron Patrol 2, the VPU-2 Wizard Squadron, which is a super secret spy plane squadron. He flew in like the Poseidon P-8 and the Ares EP-3 Ares 2, these are both super secret spy planes. The Ares EP-3-2 has real-time tactical signals intelligence and motion video intelligence capability. The crew fuses collected intelligence along with offboard data for battlefield situational awareness. His specific role as lieutenant commander was to relay that intelligence to upper command. The code name for the case against him was Rogue Archer, which I just think is an interesting name, especially because Broken Arrow is what we call when we lose a nuke. He had experience in signals intelligence. If you guys look, and this is all available if you guys look at the news articles about him, and you can Google between like 2014 and 2016 and find a dozen news articles about this guy. Everything after 2016, there's nothing on the internet about this guy. His last deployment started in February 2014. Now, we found an article that claims that he was reassigned March 25th, 2014, which is just 2 days or 2 weeks, 3 weeks after the plane goes missing. And then there's a direct quote from his lawyer saying that the investigation began April 2nd, 2014. This is important because when you look at the person was logged into a remote terminal session when they do this screen recording, there are logs for that, which I had suspected they would get caught right away. And this fits in with that. Now, in May of 2014, Lin accidentally left 2 flight manifests in his flight suit from a deployment that included search and rescue code names. This is May of 2014. This basically nails him to MH370. The defense argued the classified information in question is available on the internet. What would they be throwing this guy in prison for life for, trying to, that's available on the internet? Have to be something huge. Arrested in September of 2015, the FBI conducted a sting operation from August 2015 to September of 2015. They were trying to collect information that he was a spy, that he was giving information away. The charges would have resulted in life in prison. First major incident of espionage by an active duty member of the Navy since the end of the Cold War. So this was an extremely rare event. His heavily redacted three-page charge sheet. There's basically no dates or anything that we can read on his redacted charge sheet. He was privy to the Navy's black program portfolio and top secret and compartmentalized access. So he would have had access to the craziest stuff. Knowledge that can be extremely useful to potential U.S. adversaries, but the military had to admit it wasn't really a spy case in the end, that they were obfuscating. The defense even argued that the military was obfuscating to like confuse the media about what everything was all about. There was no evidence he ever exchanged any sensitive information with anyone from China. He was abused in pretrial detainment by the Goon Squad. The agents didn't properly advise him of the crimes that he was suspected of or his right to an attorney. Each of the emails listed as compelling evidence to deny him of his release from pretrial confinement were very mundane, which means that they didn't want to show the real evidence that he leaked. They just showed random stuff that was mundane and said, we can't release this guy. He's a real danger. The judge said that he showed a dangerous pattern of disclosure of classified information, but didn't point to any disclosures of classified information. So if I was going to repeat that, the judge said that he had shown a dangerous pattern of disclosure of classified information, but in the arguments didn't actually point to any disclosures of classified information because the only thing he leaked were these videos, and they couldn't show that. Charges were obfuscated by the military and to the media, according to the defense. He took a plea deal with a 9-year sentence with the last 3 years suspended because he worked with the NCIS and the FBI, presumably to tell people who he leaked the information to. He accepted responsibility for the charges he was actually guilty of, which was just the charges of dissemination of classified information, probably the videos. And then his appeal stated his sentence was too harsh compared to similar cases. And as I mentioned before, they had to have somebody come in and actually say why it was so damaging to U.S. intelligence, the stuff that he leaked. And they were afraid that if they went to court publicly without a plea deal, that they would have to release the information to the public and we would all get to see it. So there you go. Sorry that took so long.
There was also a sexual part of that he was accused of having homosexual relations with. He had relationships with people,
not homosexual.
And women,
it was a prostitute. It was they charged him with prostitution. So they're trying to throw this guy in prison for life, and they throw a prostitution charge on there.
I think they were trying to pin homosexuality on him as well. That's what I'm saying. I don't know whether it was right or not. I'm just telling you what I've read, what I've seen in the reports. But there was a lot of references to it. That I think they were accusing him of having homosexual as well as heterosexual relationships between different Chinese, American, I think even, other countries were involved. It looked as though he was, quite friendly with a lot of people.
That's just an excuse to show people what's going on. That happened on almost every corruptions.
Yeah, they were doing it to just confuse the media, right? They want to vilify the guy and think that this guy's an evil person or what have you, and not have to show what was really damaging. So to me, I looked through a lot of people. I didn't even think we would be able to find a guy like this. And then I found out that if it was, unless it's under, what do they call it, martial law, they have to make the charges against people like this public. So when I found this guy, I knew right away, this is the guy. So if I'm right, 99% sure this is the guy. If I'm wrong, then he did something else. I've been saying this guy's name on major podcasts for 9 months, and the dude hasn't tried to reach out to me and be like, dude, stop saying my name. I'm not the guy. So you guys take that information with what you will. But ARO, they told me directly they have the capability to figure out what this guy was, what the classified information was that this guy leaked. And if so, they should be able to confirm it. So, and they haven't got back to me. So it's kind of weird. Should we do some more questions? My thing's all bugged out, so I can't tell who's got hands up and who doesn't.
It's you. He gave it to a Reddit guy.
I do have a question. Maybe is this Ash or something? Have you ever looked into Bermuda? I know there's a lot of mysteries there. A lot of ships and plane was missing for years.
Yeah.
So Bermuda, has anything to do with all that?
Bermuda Triangle?
Yeah, that's what she's talking about. Yeah, the funny part is early on, there was a couple things I thought could be related before I dug into the case at all. Bermuda Triangle was one I thought was interesting because I thought, well, things are disappearing. We got a plane disappeared. Might make sense. But of course, this is a completely different area of the world. But the other thing, there was this 4chan leaker like a year ago where it was like a UFO thing. And they were claiming that there are these underwater bases that are producing UFOs to spec. And if anything goes near them, they get zapped. And then before they know it, they're just vaporized. So very early on, I was like, whoa, that's weird. Like maybe that's what happened here. Maybe we're looking at like aliens and UFOs and that this plane got too close to it and it zapped it. But the more you look at it, if you watch that video that's in the drone video, the more you look at the drone video, you realize this is an operation where the United States government who's filming it is expecting this to happen. They're filming this before the orbs show up. The orbs, this plane cannot outrun the orbs. The orbs are moving 2,000 plus miles per hour, almost hypersonic speeds. I think they're our hypersonic weapon. And the way the operator zooms in on the plane and they focus the center on the plane manually, and they zoom out like right before the event happens, tells us they know what's about to go down. So to me, this is not, and there's not little aliens flying around these little orbs. We map the pattern. It's a perfect sinusoidal pattern, which is a wave pattern. This is something that's being like remote controlled by like a computer program, or it's pre-programmed, some kind of homing system with these orbs. So this is like legitimately just a straight up United States government operation. But that the Bermuda Triangle stuff and all that other stuff is really interesting. That stuff can still be true. This does not just, you know, rule that out at all.
I have a quick question. You may have already answered this actually, though, but what, from the available evidence, what evidence do we have that this technology is the United States? And could it potentially be that nobody knows what it is, and that it's some, because I've heard the theory that, oh, it's an ancient technology. There's some ancient civilization that has, you know, lived under the radar among us. They're not aliens. They've always been here. They built the pyramids, you know. What's your take on that?
Yeah, so your question is like, what's the origin of it, right? And the answer is I don't know. If you had asked me a year ago about this kind of stuff, I would have said this has got to be alien technology. And now the more I've looked into it, the less I know, the less certain I am about it. I love the ancient civilization theories that are out there, and like how the hell do we build the pyramids and all this stuff that we can't even build today. And I really, the whole door, everything's wide open. Even the future humans hypothesis, so that like we can communicate with the past and stuff like that. I thought that was crazy a year ago. Now I'm looking at it going, well, that's possible too. Could be that there are aliens in the ocean. Could be that we dug something up and we figured it out. I also think there's a possibility that aliens are just a big psyop, and that we've been using that so that nobody looks into the fact that we've been developing this since the 40s, since the Manhattan Project. And we, you know, Philadelphia experiment in 1943, I think, is probably the first time where we accidentally figured out how to warp space-time. And for the last 81 years, we've been improving it. And it goes from, like, imagine radar dishes on the ground, which are limited to line of sight, to then you go to satellites in the air, which have much bigger range. And then you go to having floaty orbs that can produce those effects like anywhere you want on a plane. And even that's still somewhat limited. But you imagine this is not technology that we just figured out like right before 2014 when this plane disappeared. This is technology that we've been working on for a while and covering up. And the reason why I don't think it's aliens as well is that, in addition to what I just said, is that we can actually understand it and explain it. Macroscopic phase conjugation, if you read that post, I mean, it lays out like every element of it. I think the area of scrutiny is, well, how do you create a gravitational wave? And we're working on that as well. But I think we can explain it through Maxwell's equations. And so when you can explain something without going to, well, it's just some unknown technology that we can't understand, then that rules those elements out. And that's the main reason why I think it's not aliens. But sure, there's some possibility it could be. And if people want to think that we're looking at aliens there, that's totally fine. I just don't want people telling others that my opinion is it's aliens. I have a lot of these people who try to discredit me. Even people like Jeff Wise, who is one of these MH370 investigators. Every time my name gets brought up to him, he goes, "Oh, he's the guy that thinks that aliens zapped the plane." I'm like, dude, fuck you, man. I never said that. Like, at least be honest and say what my real opinion is about it. You know, if your opinion is that aliens did, that's fine. But don't misinterpret my opinion, because that's just unfair.
I think Nikola Tesla deserves a mention in a lot of the scientific stuff that Ashton's talking about, because he mentioned Thomas Bearden and a lot of the stuff that goes back to the quantum mechanics, the free energy, the use of gravity and magnetic forces. A lot of that is Nikola Tesla origination. But you'll see I put in the purple pill papers that I've got, some US.
Guys, I think it's almost T. Powell time. It's about to get Reddit-y time. You guys ready for debunkers? Also, we're like 2.5 hours in. We might have to drop here in a minute. We'll see.
Also on wormholes and things that I gave to Ashton. And all those military papers, they're dating back not just to the 60s and 70s when the Kennedy panic was all going on. And they're very relevant actually to that time, because you can see on the WikiLeaks.
You guys think I can make this guy cry on a stream? What do you guys think? Over, under 50% that I can make this guy cry on a stream? On a Twitter space? I think it's a pretty good chance.
I think we're ahead of us on a lot of this advanced technology.
I think I want to add a little bit more on all that technology. I think Serbia is the one. I think I thought about it recently. She is visiting. I believe Serbia linked to Tesla the guy. I'm not too sure about him. This is a lot of things over there, and I believe our science, human wealth, and a lot of technology is long exist before, maybe over 8,500 years ago, at least, as far as my research is telling me. So
I need
I'm
to get to my teeth,
thinking
but hold on.
that could be something.
Atlantis, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, they had the technology, they had the
Thank you,
free
BA.
energy, they had
Oh,
the
who's
advanced
telling me?
technology, and they destroyed themselves because it got out of hand. It was too advanced, and they couldn't contain and control it. Yeah. So the Tesla patents are the one.
Okay, we're gonna do quick thank yous. Thank you to William Bill. Happy birthday, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you to Ryan Skadara. When I first saw the videos, I thought there was no chance. Get out of that CNN brainwave, and it all makes sense. Totally agree, man. BA Technologies. Why all of a sudden does it make sense? Yeah, it just makes sense, man. I'm like not a conspiracy guy, man. And then BA, thank you very much. Okay. Oh, here we go.
So I think there's a lot of places of agreement that I have with Ashton's theories, especially in terms of what led up to the events that happened on the plane. It's definitely very odd
Who's
for
talking,
a
guys? I don't know who's
jetliner to
talking.
go missing, and for no one to have followed it. You know, lose communication. It's traveling. Anyone could scramble jets to follow it.
I don't know which one's. Is this
Why
T
didn't that
Powell?
happen, or did it? Who knows? Probably, maybe. But I also think there's maybe maybe some other elements there that are being overlooked related to the videos. I think there's some pretty solid evidence that shows that the videos are a VFX production. And I guess I would like to understand. I would love to have an opportunity to run through point by point with Ashton on those. I'm not sure if we have time for that, but maybe leading into that, I think there's, my curiosity has piqued why there's such a strong effort to shout down and not listen, not hear those points that I think are valid technical points that a lot of people have made. There's a lot of agreement that a lot of these VFX elements are.
We're gonna make this guy cry.
That they match. And I don't think it takes away from the fact that there's a conspiracy here about what happened to the jetliner. There's definitely a conspiracy here, no question. But I think maybe the videos are misleading the discussion. So I'd like to hear, like, in a nutshell, what your thoughts are on that, Ashton.
Awesome, thanks. I think that was T Powell. I can't tell because I'm online. But yeah, so first of all, I've made several posts in the last couple of days that conclusively refute all the points around VFX and whatever arguments. No, I'm not going to back down about the videos being real. No, I don't secretly know that the videos are real and I'm lying about it. No, I'm 100% honest. I wouldn't be on a stream like this, drinking and celebrating and what have you, and going on all these podcasts and streaming everything I do if I was somebody who's lying. People that are lying get caught in a web of lies, and they avoid public situations because they get caught in those lies very quickly. Also, I saw your post recently. I think it was you. If I'm wrong, I apologize. In the Discord, talking about how you've been spending like $550 or more to promote your stuff out there, which seems crazy to me because what does it matter about trying to prove the videos are fake? If you agree that something sketchy happened, those videos are the best evidence that proves something sketchy happened. We would not even be able to show that the fire event is real and possible, which is the post that I made earlier today, probably has well over 100,000 views right now, unless those videos were authentic, because they show coordinates of Catherine T's real location where she saw the glowing orange plane with smoke coming out of the back of it. And we see smoke coming out of the back of two different videos in perfect synchronization with one another. There's no discrepancies on a single frame in either video. So I get that it's like impossible to believe that we have this crazy orb technology and warp drive technology out there. But if you're somebody that wants to solve the case, you shouldn't be trying to shoot down people who are trying to solve it as well and shoot down the evidence that's out there. And the evidence that you're presenting with respect to this VFX stuff is speculative. What people are arguing and they're saying is that, well, somebody manipulated this stock effect and made it look completely different. That's a speculative opinion. My argument is that from a factual perspective, nobody has ever done that before. Not on that effect, at least, in the four media that we found it. So that's the reason why, like, I come off, I guess, adversarial in those types of situations related to it, because it feels like, from our perspective, the people that are trying to solve the case, which I don't get the impression you're trying to solve the case, is that what you're trying to do is trying to make the videos go away and try to make the case go away. So that's what I would say to any of the debunkers that are out there. It's nothing personal against you at all, but I can't spend my energy on stuff like that when what I'm trying to do is get to the answer and get to the solution. I think, based on the post that I just made earlier today, we've conclusively proven this was a fire event. Now, the problem with that is that it means that there is a conspiracy at play. It means that those satellite pings that show the plane going to the South Indian Ocean, we found nothing, not one piece of the plane. We didn't find any black boxes. That means they fabricated those, or they're misinterpreted at least. And that means that there's a major conspiracy at play, because people have been lying on TV and stuff like that in general. I think that's good. Do you have any follow up on that?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to follow up. So in regards to the $550, I can summarize that real quick. X has a promote button. You click it, you put money in, and X does whatever they do. If you have a low follower count, you're probably going to do whatever you can.
He's admitting
whatever you
it.
can within the rules in terms of service of Twitter. So Twitter gave me a button, and I pushed it. It's that simple. In terms of my opinion about the video, I definitely hold those opinions strongly. They're my opinions, but I think they're a presentation of fact, and I think there's a lot of common agreement among anyone who reviews those facts. I think that there's also I'd really like to truly like to address them. I think there's also in your all evidence,
He
there are
admitted it.
points that are stated as fact, but they are also speculative. Like, for example, you call out the drone as being an MQ-1C, but I think there's very ample
Oh no, I just
evidence
banned the wrong
showing
person.
that the drone is
Oh
an
shit.
MQ-1B, and that's based on
I banned the wrong person,
details
guys.
that you can see of the shape of the drone and the shape of the
Oh
nose.
no.
There's inconsistencies there. There's issues
Nastro,
there.
I'll
It doesn't
unban
line
you,
up with an
Nastro. Oh
MQ-1C.
no.
If it did, even if it
Hold
was
on.
an MQ-1C, that's still not a drone that's fast enough to be launched from anywhere and intercept a jetliner over water, hundreds of miles from land. Definitely hundreds and hundreds of miles from anywhere the U.S. would have one stationed. And if they were going to intercept, let's say the U.S. has got this fancy orb technology, and they're going to intercept, why are
I
they going to
accidentally
intercept
banned
with their
somebody,
slowest,
dude.
least
Shit.
capable drone that
I'm
they've
gonna
literally ever
fix it.
built and commissioned into operations?
I don't know what this guy's
They
talking
have
about, dude.
jet-powered drones. Even at that time, they had the what was it, the Global Hawk. They had the Global Hawk that could have, at least nearly kept up with the jetliner. So there's a number of inconsistencies there. There's also there's an unredacted version of Edward C. Lynn's what is it called? This form 458. So there's a picture of it, exactly matches the redacted version, except it's got the dates on it. And you can see the dates of all of his charges. They're like 2012, 2013, 2015.
How did I ban
There's
this?
one
My
date
hair
range
just
that
froze.
actually overlaps when MH370 disappeared. I think it's from 2012 to May 2014. And that's for
I unbanned you.
communicating
You're back.
secret information. If
Banned.
it was this information, this would be top secret. I mean, everything about the satellites and SIBRs is top secret. Everything about the weapons technology is top secret. If it's top secret information, why is he being charged for disclosing secret information? And they're listing what he's being charged with. And also, the charges go back to 2012. So they picked him up on charges that had been out for some time. There's a few other elements related to the video, just general things about the capabilities of sensors and what it would look like. Whether the military uses a rainbow for the color scale, they typically don't. Whether or not you would have a video like that without the HUD, a lot of those things are speculative. So I'm not going to try to present them as fact, but there's definitely some valid speculation there that should be made, that should be discussed. And then another big one that you often point to, actually there's two. So one of them is that the original footage was stereoscopic. I think it's been pretty well shown that that's an artifact created by YouTube. They had an old algorithm to convert the videos to VR. We've even found the archive of the non-stereoscopic version from May 26, 2014 on the Wayback Archive. So that original non-stereoscopic version has been found. There's other evidence showing it's non-stereoscopic. There's
Guy's so
video
full of
screen cap
shit.
recordings
Master,
of
you're back.
people
Sorry about you,
perusing
buddy.
Regicide Anon's page while it was still live, and it does not show a stereoscopic video. It shows a monoscopic video. You know, and then the other one that gets brought up often is the coordinates. So simultaneously, you say that the Inmarsat data is invalid, or that there's some issue with it and it can't be relied on. Then you also say that
textbook disinfo, Shilling.
it's impossible for someone
Don't worry,
to
I'm gonna
create a
destroy
drone
him.
video as a hoax because they wouldn't have known the coordinates until the telemetry was released. Well, that telemetry and satellite data, you're using two different words, but those are actually the same thing. It's the Inmarsat data, and it doesn't
Yeah.
actually contain coordinates. It's BTO value and BFO value, burst time offset, burst frequency offset. And those are used to approximate distance from the source and relative motion compared to the source. So these are things that can be used like with, physics calculations
many
and
things, huh?
looking at the speed of light and how long it takes for the signal to travel and things like that. You can estimate how far the plane
It's gonna
was
be
from
fun. You guys ready
the
for this?
satellite of origin that it was communicating with and relatively how fast it was going relative to the satellite. You can use that to estimate where it was going and where it turned. And now there's a pretty high degree of certainty that it turned at this waypoint Igogu, I think it's called. So it turns out that waypoint, it never went to the coordinates. I mean, based on all this data, it shows pretty conclusively the plane never went to the coordinates. And you can totally discount it. But then the argument that it was made with some telemetry, that goes away because the last true known coordinate is a radar ping. That's the last affirmative location of where the drone was. Now there was speculation. There was a KML file that was released March 14th, I believe it was, 2014.
I'm gonna let him talk. I'm not gonna interrupt him.
The estimated last position.
I've got notes for every
80
point he's
miles
making,
from
guys.
Hoax video location. That's the closest reference I've found back around that time before the video was released. And then there's another great area.
We're gonna destroy every single point.
Regarding when the video was uploaded. The user is actually able to write in the description that the video was uploaded on such and such date. That's actually not part of YouTube's information that they attached to the video. YouTube attached the date published, and the date published is May, I believe it's May 19th, 2014. But the date, the uploaded, quote unquote, uploaded date below that, that's just written in by the user in the description box. It's not a real number. So I mean, I haven't run through all the points. I don't want to take any more time. I want to make sure we can get through
Let's
this.
go back and forth a
So
couple
I'm
of these real
gonna yield
quick.
back to
So
you.
first of all,
Sure.
and I want to ask a couple questions and then I'll address all your points. Are you a military member?
Absolutely not.
Have
Never
you ever
have
been
been.
in the military?
Never.
So then why do you claim to know the operational assets that are available, and how do you claim to know that that's an MQ-1B versus MQ-1C?
Because I'm a huge nerd and I do a bunch of research.
So you don't have any actual real knowledge or any experience related to any of the assets involved, and you're speculating 100%. So
Oh no,
so we've addressed that. Let's go to the
it's
next
not speculation.
point. No, it is. It is. It's
Well, wait a
speculation.
second.
You've
We haven't
speculated.
though. It's not speculation because I've put the images side by side.
No, the
So
image is
the
a
images are telling the
100%
story.
perfect match to an MQ-1C Gray Eagle, and we found
not, though.
multiple pictures
I
that
can
have
show you
the
the
actual
comparison.
cameras.
You
No,
wanna
I don't
review
need
it?
to because I actually have already posted it on my Twitter profile. Let's go to the next question. Do you believe that
You're
Regicide
dismissing
Anon?
that, though.
Do you believe that
That's not
Regicide
true.
Anon? You are obviously speculating. We just addressed that you are
I'm
not a
not
military member,
speculating.
and you have
You're not a
no.
military member either.
You have no experience with these assets, so you cannot
Neither do
claim to.
you.
You cannot claim to know. But you're the one claiming
How
to
can
know
you
that that's
claim you're an
not.
expert beyond me?
I'm not. I'm just
Order
saying.
in the court.
Let's address the questions, please, that I'm asking you. I let you speak, and now you're going to let me speak. The next thing is, do you believe that Regicide Anon is the hoaxer?
I don't.
Okay. If Regicide Anon is not the hoaxer, why would he lie in his description that says received May 12th, 2014?
Well, because he can type whatever he wants there.
Why would
uploaded
he
a whole
lie,
bunch
though?
of
What
UFO
reason?
Videos. Because he had a habit of uploading UFO videos.
That doesn't give us a reason. What's the reason? Why did he lie? He's not the hoaxer. You
Because
agree he's not the
makes it
hoaxer.
seem
So he
more
has no
credible.
reason whatsoever. What
He was
seems
trying
more
to
credible?
loosely
His
tie it to MH370 without directly tying it. Anyone who's hoaxing UFO videos knows that that's something you
But you
do.
said he's not the hoaxer.
He's still portraying a hoax.
Why is he portraying a hoax? You said he's not the
Because
hoaxer.
it's fun.
Okay, we'll move
because
on
that's
to the
what
next question.
Hoaxers do.
So the next thing is, if this is an operation, which is the scenario that I put forth, that this is clearly a United States military operation, then the assets have no problem getting into the area. In fact, there was two different exercises going on in the area between the United States and Thailand and Singapore, Cope Tiger
How many miles
and Cobra
away?
Gold. So there's
How
no
many miles
problem with
away?
the assets getting there. How many miles away? They're
There
literally
is.
there in the Andaman Sea.
No.
So it's
How
again,
many miles?
T. Powell, listen, please. It's not a situation of having to intercept it. It's a planned operation. There's no issue of the assets needing to get there because it's planned months in advance. Now, you also
Okay.
said
If
as
it
well.
if it was planned months in advance, so it drops off of radar, right? It's the plane is flying. It drops off of radar. It's planned months in advance, so the drone is gonna just show up there. Where did they launch it from?
They can launch it from anywhere they want, T. Powell. The drones can
No, but
operate for
where?
over a
You
day.
can't.
They can
Where
operate from
did
the
you launch
Blair, Port Blair. It can go from Car Nicobar. It might even be deployed from an aircraft carrier.
Is
Could be
there any
deployed
evidence
from.
that anything that the U.S. military ever launched any aircraft or any operations from Port Blair?
We have actual evidence that yes, that these drones may have been literally in Car Nicobar. Yes, that's also been
Where's
proven.
that
Literally,
evidence?
go find my post about it. I'm not going to litigate every single aspect. I post about every single one of these things that are out there. Now, in addition to this,
I found evidence that suggests that the first
no,
time
you didn't. Let's
anything
just move to the next
ever-
thing.
I can
turn to
share the
talk.
article.
I'm
The first
not.
time the US
Honestly, it's
plane
my turn to
landed
talk.
was
I
in
listened to your
2021.
bullshit already. I listened to your bullshit. Let me go. You don't know anything
Okay.
about whether or not things are going to be top secret or secret as well. We actually found
Well,
evidence
neither
that
do you. Do you
that
have top
weapons.
secret information?
Do you?
Okay,
The point is
T-Powell,
that
all
you're
right.
speculating, man. The point is that you're
So are you.
speculating. Yes.
Yeah, I concur.
But you're the
T-Powell,
one making the assertive
thank
statements
you very
that.
much, T-Powell. We got to give somebody else a chance to ask
Okay,
questions.
we're gonna move to the next
You're
person.
clearly,
Okay. I'll
There's a
shut
couple
down.
more
I
clearly
things.
apologize.
targeting
Thanks so much for the
like
time to
everything
speak.
you can, right? So, all right, Hitler did nothing wrong, allegedly. I don't know about that, but anyway, Hitler did nothing wrong.
I had
Come
more
ask your
questions.
question.
I had more that I could destroy him on as well, guys. I had a whole list. I have like 3 more things to go on here.
Are you there? Or
About
you're
the
not there anymore?
location, the radar, stereoscopic.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Hitler, and if not,
rainbow.
Reptile is Reptile is a
Literally
guest here. I'd like to not to step on everyone else's toes, but Reptile is
I'm
a guest that we
speculating on
invited here
everything.
tonight. So we'd like to hear from Reptile, and then we'll continue down AJ and Lou. Reptile, you still around?
Yeah, man. No, I just want to jump in. It was really interesting actually hearing that last exchange because let's at least face it. It's such amazing footage. Could it be staged, Ashton? What's he saying that there's stock footage with some of the clouds and stuff? I can't quite get what he's saying.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And so we've addressed that. I don't really feel like reading it off because I just went through it all on my stream like an hour ago or an hour and a half ago. But you guys can see the conclusive rebuttals to the VFX, which objectively as a statement of fact does not match. The argument that the debunkers are making is that somebody manipulated it. They moved it all around. They changed the color. They moved the pixels around. And that has literally never been done for that stock effect. We found that stock effect in the Killing Time video game, Attack on Titan advertisement, movie Starship Troopers, cult classic in the 90s, great movie, and as well Eastbound and Down. And then we had Krishley actually come back, and because I'm going to be as honest as possible, and say, oh, well, it has been manipulated. In the Eastbound and Down, they changed it. They oriented it like 15 degrees or like 45 degrees. That's not the same as what the debunkers are claiming. Debunkers are claiming they changed the color, they changed the shading, they moved all the pixels around, and somebody that manually manipulated. That has literally never been done. With respect to the stock footage, the stock cloud image that was supposedly found is out there as well. The whole story doesn't even make sense just from the beginning, where someone claims they spent 20 minutes on an obscure website and they found this cloud image, which is just straight up impossible. And it's impossible because the cloud images and the clouds in there had to be stretched. Some of them had to be literally inverted or otherwise oriented. I guarantee if I give any of you 20 minutes to go look for a cloud, you are not going to find the cloud image. The person who supposedly took the picture, which these Redditors like T. Powell and them actually emailed the picture taker and told them to go make a video, a debunk video, which makes no sense. That guy couldn't even find his own pictures in there. And there's been technical analysis that shows as well that it's more likely that actually somebody used the real, raw, like actual satellite footage to create the picture, which I just posted earlier today. But this is conclusively not a 2D picture. We have 3D accurate lighting. We have 2 camera angles from 2 completely different perspectives where the clouds match in both of them. And we have moving and evolving clouds just in the satellite video itself. anyone who's a VFX artist who's honest with themselves is going to say that if you were to produce this, you're going to produce this in a 3D render environment because both videos match up in perfect synchronization. And let me repeat, there's not one discrepancy on a single frame in either video. So unless this is some absolute expert who made no errors, who knows physics, if you guys look at the requirements to fake the videos, it's beyond comprehension that somebody could have faked the videos. But again,
if that footage is real, that's some of the most amazing footage ever taken. It's to disappear a jetliner out of the air. That's incredible. And I haven't heard about like jet powered drones and stuff. That would be sick. The movements that those 3 drones make are just incredible. It's like something out of Starship Troopers, man.
Yeah, and I have nothing personal against Steve Powell. I had like another 5 points to make, but if you don't want to believe the videos are real, it's fine. Just don't believe that they're real. You know, like go on, move on with your life. But please at least realize that I'm not trying to scam people. In fact, I'm taking great personal risks, not just potentially for my safety if these are real, but also for my job promoting this stuff that's out there. I am not lying. And if you think I'm lying, good luck proving it. Go ahead and prove it. I've gone on every podcast. I stream every night. I make everything I do publicly available. Go ahead and try to prove that I'm lying. Like I'm literally making it all out there. So whether or not I'm wrong or right, that's one thing. But I tell you guys right now, I'm not lying in my opinions. So.
Yeah, I can just
and then sorry, just really quickly too, that there's crazy footage that's out there now. When you look at this UFO issue, of course we have to think government first. If there are aliens, second. But there's technology out there and things flying around that are totally defying what we think's possible. So it's not impossible. Sorry, not up.
Yeah, and last point I want to make on that, Reptile, is that the craziest part about these videos is that when you look at it and you just under the assumption for a second that these videos are real, it actually explains so much of this UFOology crap. I hate the UFO community, honestly. Most of the people on both sides, honestly. There's good people. If you guys are listening out there, I like you. But, you know, everyone wants to be about aliens and crash retrievals. You look at these drones and you go, oh, these are our drones. These are our hypersonic weapons. Putin's talking about hypersonic weapons. We must have hypersonic weapons. And you can understand why the U.S. government want everyone to focus on aliens because it's like, look at what these orbs can do. Holy shit. And if we've been lying about this to our entire country and the entire world about this, like people are going to lose their minds about it. So to me, this explains the whole UFO phenomenon. And the beauty of it is that it doesn't even make it be aliens or anything. If you look at the graph of all the stuff, crypto-terrestrials, ultra-terrestrials, future humans, demons, whatever, it doesn't even rule any of those things out. All those things could still be true. I don't know. And I leave that for other people to figure out.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I can definitely hear it in your voice and in the how quickly you respond that you're obviously not lying and scamming and faking this because it's just obvious. Like you're here to get the truth aired out and get people talking about this and get the truth figured out or at least get some answers. And with the FOIA requests and you know all the connections, right? It's just trying to puzzle it together and figure out what actually happened. Why did it happen? Why is it such a secret? Especially, you know, if you follow the money side, which you said, you know, you're not trying to get too deep into that. But if you do, you can clearly see that we have the 5 asset management companies in this story again. And it just seems like they keep popping up in all the conspiratorial things and false flags that just keep getting tossed under the rug, right? From 9/11 to this. And yeah, I will connect them. I think there is a connection. And especially because of the free energy, again, they don't want that getting out there. They don't want to have to admit to that and that they have been lying and that there is, it's not even if there is other species of human or alien or not, it's that
I think it's all
they have it here and they're keeping it from us, our own people, our own government. Right.
Thanks,
so
thanks.
that's even worse. Right. Imagine if people start saying, I've been telling people the way you exit the firmament is by having anti-gravitational spacecraft that use free energy. That's the only way the trip is possible. You cannot do it unless you have unlimited basically energy. If you don't have unlimited energy, how are you going to travel thousands and thousands and thousands of kilometers without being able to refuel out of the planet's firmament and ecosystem, right? How are you going to do it? It's not possible unless you have free energy. And they don't want us to have free energy. They just want to have it for themselves.
Yes, Dentera. We'll try to improve it.
So anyway.
Yeah, real quick. Let me follow up on some of those. Yeah, So I'm not scamming anybody. I've literally never asked anybody for money ever, never for anything. There's people especially in the UFO community selling books, movies, all kind of comic books, everything. I'm like the only one not selling anything. And I've even set the boundaries. If you want to prove the videos are real, let's not play speculative games back and forth. Neither T. Powell nor I are part of the military. You're right. Just find the plane or find the hoaxer, right? Supposedly, if there's cloud pictures that come from an obscure website from a 70-day window in 2014, you can reach out to that owner and figure out how many people download. We know they don't exist on any torrents because we looked. So find out how many people download and dig it up. Find the hoaxer, right? That's the easiest way. That's the only thing, if you're a debunker, that you should be focusing your energy on. Now, to me, there's only one way that these videos are hoaxed. Either these videos are real or the government hoaxed them. I base that based on the evidence, based on what it required to know the knowledge about what it should look like and what have you. Because I think we're literally looking at the cyber system here, which nobody less than the government knows. Now, if the government wants to come out and say we hoaxed these videos because we were trying to trick people about aliens or whatever, great. My first question is, okay, where's the plane? Because we know they know where the plane is. So where the fuck is it? So that's my that's kind of like just to set the groundwork to show you guys I'm being as good faith as possible.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you on that. If the government wants to come out like they did with the other UFOs,
Beer
they
back,
had
grab another beer.
on camera and say, "Oh, like this is fake," or like, "Oh, we're admitting UFOs or admitting aliens." That's fine, but still, where is the plane? Where are the people? What actually happened? You have to tell us something. You have to show us some actual tangible proof. Otherwise, we're not going to shut up about it. Now, there's some people here. I think we have a new speaker here, Lou Reviews.
Here we go, chat. Here we go.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, man, thanks for letting me up. Wow, Ashton Forbes. This is cool. Ashton, first question off the bat. What vodka you drinking in your martini, bud?
No vodkas tonight. Just drinking beers and fireballs, guys. We're boozing.
What are you cracking? What's the can of choice?
It's a microbrew, Legally Blonde. We're drinking some Legally Blondes. We're partying tonight.
Ooh.
Thank you for asking.
Ooh, is that IPA?
No, I'm a wuss. I just drink blondes.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I love lager personally.
Oh, that's nice for you.
Okay. So here's one thing I agree with you, right? I think it might be human tech too, but I've got some questions about the tech. But first,
this is gonna get so
I hate CNN brains, right? Like CNN brains are the worst.
He's so awkward, chat.
When you do look up news, which news entity do you usually check stuff through? If you do.
None of them.
Good question. Yeah, the answer is none. I haven't had TV and cable news in 8+ years. I literally don't even go news online.
I don't mean television. No, fuck television. Like that shit is like for the birds, man. I'm not talking about TV news. I'm talking about like news blogs. Like
I don't use any. I literally just go to X and I just go through I just press like the For You button. That's it. Yeah, literally none.
So what about like the AP or Reuters?
No, never.
No. Reuters is 100% Zionist. That's garbage, fake news. Bullshit.
Oh, okay.
Reuters,
okay.
garbage.
So AP, no.
I literally do not know. I don't go to
You're listing
any of
off
them.
like absolute like fake news right
and
now.
I would absolutely tell you. No, I like Lou Reviews is getting to a point. I believe he's getting to a point. But I would tell you if I go to any of those places and search, I do not. I absolutely not. I'll tell you honestly as well that if this was like 2016 or before, I would have gone to Reddit for the news, and that's when I stopped going to Reddit for the news. And so I haven't gone to the news. That was 8 years ago.
So you don't get your news from anywhere?
X.
No, I just go look to see what people are posting on X. That's how I get the news.
We like X.
That's the
X
only
is
source?
free speech.
Okay.
So
yeah, I mean, and I think one of your buddies or one of the buddies of the debunkers in general has been like, he posted something about my metrics as well. So which pretty much proves I spend like all my time on X as well. I don't have time to even go anywhere else.
No. Dude, I believe you, man. Like, yeah, I just didn't know. I didn't know X had a news spot, or you're just saying like what?
No, they don't.
Like,
I just press the home button and go to my For You. I'm literally doing it right now on my stream, so people can see. Like I've got my phone up and I just press For You and I press refresh. So to me, that's all the news I need to get. I've got people of both political spectrums that I follow. I've got like 6,000+ people, and if anything important shows up, it shows up there.
Okay, no
Yeah.
worries. Then we can just, I don't have to put a pin in that. I was just trying to preface these next sets of questions. They're quick, I promise. So, okay, human tech, these orbs are flying around the plane, right? So they have to, I'm assuming they have to teleport this thing with the momentum of the plane, right?
So the momentum actually can be defined here. So like some of these science people that are out there, science influencers, physicists, people that are accomplished, they would ask, well, what about conservation of momentum? And if you can build a warp bubble around an object, then there's no issue of conservation of momentum, because what's going to happen is that object's going to disappear in space-time at one point, and it's going to reappear instantly over the next point somewhere else at the same speed at which it came out. There you go. No issue of conservation of momentum. It's not an issue of the plane itself approaching the speed of light. It's an issue of you putting a bubble around it, just like a bubble in the water, and then pushing that bubble.
Okay, with the plane in it?
Exactly.
Okay, so then at what point does the bubble burst? Like, is it as quick as it's put through? Like,
that's a good question.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
The question is, what is the time dilation effect? And the answer is, I don't really know. If you look at the DIA papers that I was looking at with Dave Rossi Sunday, I think we did, those papers say that there is no time dilation effect, which would bring up the question of causality of, like, you know, are you showing up, you know, and it even argues, one of them, that if you were to go to Mars and come back, you could see yourself waving at yourself, which to me, I can't wrap my head around that. It doesn't feel right. So to me, I think that there would be like a time dilation effect that's proportionate to the distance traveled. So if I were to travel, let's say, around the Earth once and appear, then I'm going to show up a few seconds based on the speed of light in the future from the outside perspective. And this is consistent with Einstein's frames of reference. For the people that are going through the wormhole, it's going to look like instantaneously I go from one location, all of a sudden it's like going through a doorway. And now all of a sudden you're in a different location.
Is it kind of like that, that drawing in the OSAP files that they did with Colm Kelleher, if I'm not mistaken, where he drew a portal, and there was like another, like it was, you know, back to prehistoric times, and like you could put your hand in it. So that's kind of like what you're talking about here, kind of like where
I think was
on the
it
other side of
John Oliver, I think, was joking and making fun of this. I think it was Eric Davis's teleportation physics study, where it's like the picture of a dinosaur on one side, which is pretty stupid because you're not going back like millions of years. I mean, but yes, it is like that.
Just making the point, right? Like,
like,
you know, it's like we're here today on this side, but on the other side of this thing, it's, you know, Jurassic Park basically.
And that's the like just theoretical side of it. I think from the practical side of it, you're not going to be able to pull that off. And I think that's the difference between the science fiction view of it versus what we see. And if the MH370 videos are real, I think that's the first ever high definition wormhole that's ever been filmed for the public. So we're seeing it potentially firsthand. And when we look at that, we see a fully black and cold event where we're not looking through a portal. We're not seeing the other side there.
Well, I guess, okay. So here's where I'm just trying to figure out what this tech is exactly, right? Because let's say
this is actually pretty good.
Long story
this is
short,
good for movies.
Teleporting the plane to another location, right?
Yeah. So what we're dealing with here, I don't like the word teleportation, because if you look at it's really VM teleportation.
Well,
go ahead.
I mean, I don't want to, get lost in the minutia, because I know people
keep
are
going.
like, so yeah, so it teleports. So what was the height of the plane? Do you know, as far as how high it was from the ground?
So based on the clouds that only form at low altitudes, the cumulus clouds, I've speculated somewhere between 3,000 and 7,000 feet. That's pretty much the best that we can we can estimate.
You know, they're not crazy high resolution, so I get it. So 3,000 to 7,000 feet. And how fast was the plane traveling?
So the most recent post that I just did estimated 270 knots, which is reasonable, but there's a more specific one that is doing this turning emergency turn maneuver at descending that I think was between 150 and 100 and 250 miles per hour. So, it's just like driving your car and going on a turn. You got to slow down. So, yeah.
Got it. Okay. Because here's why I'm asking. And the reason why I was like, I think that
what he's getting to.
Because when I look at news, that I think, for me anyway, I do enjoy, and I know this is not going to be a very popular statement at all, but I promise I'm getting to a point. I do enjoy getting my news from Reuters and the AP, because they just basically put the story out there, and and then all of the world runs with
I
it
gotta
from
find
there
my.
because that's where every single journalist from around the world basically dumps their stories. And so when I go by Reuters, I was just trying to get you to agree if there were
MRT.
at least 30 pieces of this plane picked up, including 3 wing fragments.
We already talked about that.
Like, do you agree on that, or is that bullshit?
Did you see my post? Oh, I guess you probably have because I have you blocked. But so yeah, if you actually look at my post, that I'm sure you can get some of your friends to make a screenshot of you if you want. But if you actually look at the crash location that they have based on these satellite pings, you'll notice that ocean currents actually flow to the east from there.
Okay.
So the debris should have showed up in. Go ahead.
So these 30 pieces are not from this plane.
No, they are. In fact, this is the only
Oh,
scenario that's consistent with that ocean. That debris showed up in Africa. Africa is 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from the supposed crash site. And if the plane crashed in the South Indian Ocean, the debris 100% should have washed up in Australia. We have debris washing up in Africa. So if you look at where Diego Garcia military base is, and you look at those ocean currents, which I actually superimposed the location of the base onto a graphic of it, you'll see those ocean currents actually fit much better with an entry point of Diego Garcia than they do the supposed search area based on the satellite pings, which the AP and what have you have promoted in addition to the independent group. So to me, I would argue that
we agree.
I would argue that
30.
I don't think it's 30, but sure,
from
it's
the actual plane.
based on the CNN article. If that's what you look at, there's 3 pieces that have been confirmed.
No. Fuck CNN, Ashton Forbes. I am all for Reuters and AP. I know I should probably be careful with that, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that I think I would argue this is the only narrative that actually fits with all of the debris. The specific one that is most problematic is the Rolls-Royce engine cowling that showed up in South Africa. If you look at the actual drift mod or the currents on there, that's 3,000 miles away from the supposed crash site, which is practically impossible for that to have drifted that far in even 18 months. I mean, this is a piece of imagine a piece of paper floating in the ocean. It's got to drift like more than 10 miles per day in a straight direction in order to get down there. So, I think that.
Quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
After this, no, I know there's a lot of time, and you are like packed with data. That's what's cool, right? But
yeah, I'm not afraid of questions.
No, I know you're not. That's why I swear this is getting somewhere in the next 5 questions.
5 questions.
Okay, so we agree that there's real plane parts. The plane was between 3,000 and 7,000 feet, and it was traveling roughly 125 to maybe
I need some marijuana in this chat.
miles per hour. Is that fair?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can pull up the actual link. Somebody actually estimated the literal turn, but sure.
I mean, that's pretty high. That's pretty high going for a jumbo jet at that speed. No, I feel like it would drop like a rock.
No.
I mean,
no,
it's not. I'm not an aeronautics expert, but
no.
Okay, so it would be able to glide pretty easily then at that speed.
Yeah, there's no issue of the plane falling out of the sky on a turn, slowing down.
Okay, cool. So, when this thing teleports, what is the theory as to what happens when it gets on the other side? Is it still at 7,000 feet and traveling at the same speed?
Maybe I can post it up the top.
If so, how far did it get with plane parts missing off of it? And yeah, how far did we get? And God, there was one other part to that question. But yeah, can you maybe answer that? Like, because
very speculative questions. So Lou, this is gonna be your last question, Lou, and we're gonna have somebody else up next because your questions are very speculative. Like, I don't know how anybody would really know
I'll address
your
them.
answer.
I'll address
But
it.
anyway, yeah, last one.
Those are points we agreed on. That's
yeah.
Cool, right?
So the debris makes more sense if it fell into the ocean somewhere near the Maldives. And when we look at the MH370 videos, we can actually see the plane getting sucked backwards into the endothermic event, which is consistent with electrical engineering, the right-hand rule, based on the fact that the orbs are spinning around the plane in a clockwise formation if you were looking at it from the front. So this would mean if the plane is moving to the east, which we can calculate based on the coordinates that we see in the bottom left, that means this plane's getting sucked back to the west. So that means it's going somewhere near the Maldives. And if pieces of the plane were falling off because of the fire, that would actually be able to indicate those pieces washing up in Africa. That would actually explain why they don't wash up. Can I just finish real quick? Why they don't wash up in Australia. And then you say, okay, well, where does the plane go after that? Well, we have a B777 fire suppression device that washes up in the Maldives a couple weeks later that must be empty, otherwise it would have sank. And we have 20 islanders in an island there that see the plane in the early morning hours. So, of course, I can't know exactly where this plane shows up. My intuition says this plane is showing up going the same speed at which it was warped in there. But the engineers and scientists I've talked to have said that this plane could theoretically, that mass reduction means that this plane could show up and just sit down somewhere, or it could be going at a faster speed potentially than it came in. So I can't know for sure because I don't have two videos on the other side. But based on the islanders who saw it, they saw it coming from the west, 20 different islanders. They see the red and white stripe of the plane and they see it flying south. And south of that location is Diego Garcia military base, which seems like, in my opinion, a good place to hide the plane. I would imagine that if they're descending and they're doing an emergency maneuver, which they're planning and preparing to land in the ocean, there's an alternative theory here as well, that if they know that this event is about to happen, they're doing that because they're trying to slow down as much as possible because they're going to show up on the other side, potentially low altitude, where they were going to try to land somewhere. So I think there's even a possibility that they land somewhere on some island and then take off a couple of, deal with the fire or whatever, take off again and then fly Diego Garcia. Truth, though, is I don't know. I can only speak to what I can see in the videos and what we can corroborate. So hopefully that answers your question.
No, they definitely do. I wonder if you've done the trajectory. Like, let's say the plane didn't disappear. Where would it land, and how far is that point from where it disappears to where it lands? Because then, let's say it was going to another airport at that island, then we would at least maybe assume that it would have to come in at the same trajectory, the same angle, and all of that. So then, therefore, it gives it time to sort of maneuver and then make that landing. But my only issue is that it doesn't make sense to have technology that teleports only parts of the plane. Like the wing, like the fire was in the fuselage, and they found 3 wing fragments. So if it teleported the plane and was missing wing fragments, I'm wondering if they had enough time to land the plane before it maybe fell apart.
I think he discussed that earlier. Can you just listen to the recording?
Yeah, no. So I think the answer is that the plane is not teleporting with missing wing fragments. So I think that's probably got the wing fragments with it. If those wing fragments fall off, they're falling off on the other side, which is, again, explains why they show up in Africa. If the wing fragments fall off in the Nicobar Islands, then we expect to find debris somewhere over in the Nicobar Islands, which is like 5,000 miles away from Africa. So the only logical explanation for why, like, the flaperon, for example, washes up in Reunion Island is A, it doesn't fall off, or what happens is the plane lands in Diego Garcia and they rip the plane apart and they throw a couple pieces in the ocean in Diego Garcia. And then you have no issue of, the plane's falling apart and it can't land. So end of the day, though, I can't say with certainty, but I do appreciate your questions.
Hey, man, thanks for asking. And fuck CNN and hail reptile H word. All right, later, guys.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the questions. Yeah, we really do appreciate that. Yeah, that was it's a good back and forth. We don't always want the 4 and 4 and 4. It is good to have a bit of discussion on the topics. And just as a slight reminder here, we got 200 viewers, and thank you all for being here. Ashton, thanks for coming tonight. Reptile, thanks for coming tonight. And not to, I feel a little, as Ashton has been going on, he's not been asking for money, but this is what Naughty's all about. Naughty's the ERC20 token, and we are about bringing the truth to light. So I do appreciate, I just wanted to do a little bit of a sponsored ad here, and this is what we're about. So, but it all comes down to these people who are doing great research about Ashton and Reptile. So this is a little ask to any of our listeners who are also deep in a conspiracy like Ashton to come forth and speak your knowledge and to speak your truth, because there's mass deception happening on a global scale and humanity is being condemned by the elite and they're hiding the truth. And whether you want to argue this or not, it's true. Humanity should be about growing and finding spirituality and not paying taxes and not be worried about these mundane things that we're being trapped in. So just as a little side note, this is what we're about. We're trying to break free, and there's a lot of up and coming events coming for Naughty. So thank you all for being here tonight. And not to end the conversation, but that was just a little sponsored ad. We had AJ here for a while, so let's get AJ up if he's still around.
Yeah,
we got
AJ
Kent
did,
and non-credible in
AJ
here.
did get a chance to ask a
Oh,
question.
did he?
but,
Okay, sorry, I missed that.
No worries. There's a few guys here: Kent, Seattle, then non-credential, or what does that say? Non-credible.
I don't know what I called my martini
Yeah, these guys
thing.
haven't had a chance yet. So
What did I
let's get
call
I guess let's have Kent up next. Kent Ray.
Yeah, hi guys. Thanks for the mic. Ashton knows
boy.
me. I suppose my question would be, what's going to end this for you, Ashton? When are we finally going to get to that this isn't what happened conclusion? Is there anything that's going to convince you that these videos aren't of a real event? Is there anything that's going to do that?
Good question, Kent. I think I just mentioned it, and I'm going to ask you a question in response after I answer. So as I said before, if we find the plane or find the hoaxer, then I think that answers the question. Or if the government comes out and admits the videos are real, then that, I guess, would answer it as well. And I would love for this to be over. My question for you is, when are you going to admit that the videos are real? When they do another search and find absolutely nothing again in the place where they claim they know the plane must have crashed based on the satellite coordinates, will you then admit the videos are real, or what would it take for you?
Well, I mean, having been involved in aircraft investigations, living in Malaysia at the time when it happened, and being in the aircraft industry when it happened, I'm satisfied that we have all the information that we can get at this point until the body's found, and that it was not magically portaled into non-existence. I would have a question for you, though. If it was, what happened to the several hundred tons of displaced air when it arrived at the destination at 600 miles an hour, and the entire craft displaced still air in an instant? It would have instantly obliterated itself, mate. So, just the logic of the whole thing makes no sense to me. I don't need to. I don't think. I'll tell you what. If I ever see evidence that these videos are of the
They would
real
have
event
obliterated
and it was
itself?
actually videoed by something or someone, I'll give you $500. There you go.
I appreciate it, Kent. And I want to say as well, I am not afraid of having people that are skeptical come and ask questions. Not at all. I don't think the math checks out in terms of it magically being obliterated for showing up somewhere else.
I'm not skeptical. None of your theories, none of the things that have been put forward are even plausible. There's no reason to teleport a plane. If I had the technology to do that, I'd have much better things to do with my little orbs,
Well, I mean, I think we've answered every single possible question about why, who, where.
Yeah,
where
not to my satisfaction, mate, but that's okay.
That's fine. I'm not trying to convince you, Kent. And I don't want your money either.
Convinced.
If it ends up being real.
Okay. No, I'll gladly give it to you if you can ever.
No, I don't want the money.
You won't.
I don't not want the money. So what I will say though, real quick,
it seems like all the speakers I'm letting up here seem to be coming against you for the last 5 in a row is what I feel like now.
No, it's fine. What I want to say real quick though, if you don't mind,
but
is that this is what I want to say to the people that are skeptical is, if the videos aren't even real, the science ends up being real, I do not want your apologies. That's not what I want. I don't want people to come at me like dickheads and blah, blah, blah. I don't agree with you, blah, and then admit their apologies when it ends up being real. That's not what I want. I want you to look inwardly when it ends up being real and go, why was I a dickhead all the time? Maybe I shouldn't always just believe everything at face value that I hear. That's what I want. I'm not going to be accepting apologies when the videos end up being real. So I don't want your money. I don't want apologies. I just want you to look back internally and try to be better people. That's what I want. If the videos end up being real, and if not, then sure, no worries.
Well, if the videos were fake, wouldn't you already be community noted all over the place on X?
Well, that's a whole nother can of worms. I was, and they all got removed. So it's interesting.
They got removed because they're rigging the system. I have 0 community notes. I've never had a community note. And I speak about way more conspiratorial stuff than what you've posted with actual proof. So, I mean,
yeah, the community note system is rigged big, man, and I hate
to
the
say,
community
but
notes. If that's a side conversation, but because the way the community notes work is once you get over like 1 million views, then it's much easier for a community note to get tagged as onto your posts. And once it
Have
gets
you
onto
ever
your post, it
considered
doesn't get
that?
removed. But
Have you ever
that's what.
considered that the way you treated some of your people questioning your theories actually led to the way people were treating you? And that maybe if you hadn't have been, you know, the way you were at the time, people would have given you a bit more
So
chance to
butthurt.
get out there. You know?
Yeah, I've thought about it. I just don't care. That's the truth.
yeah, I
If you want
think
to hear the
Ashton's
hard
been
truth,
pretty
is
good.
I don't care about
Wonderful.
trying to make people feel good, you know, or like whatever. That's not it. Honestly, the more people that are angry about it, the
Calling
better it works in
people
my favor.
assholes and losers isn't not trying to make them feel good.
He's still
It's being nasty.
Okay, so Seattle, do you have a question?
It's like, what are we doing with 5-year-olds, or can we act like
I'm
adults?
proud. Is that your mic? Can we get that muted?
Yeah, Proud. You gotta just wait on
Thanks.
mute until we get to you. I just added you in as a speaker now. So they're limiting the amount of speakers by the way.
Sorry about that.
Those-
Bud, come back to me, bro. I'm walking right now. I'm walking and fucking doing some other shit. But come back to me, bro.
No worries. I'll let you speak, Seattle.
I can't find my
I just want to
martini
say that they're
thing.
limiting the amount of speakers to, I think, total of, I don't know if it's 9 or 10. So there is requests, but I can't let everyone on at once. Some people.
Thanks
have to
everybody
back
for being
off
here
as a
tonight. We've had a great
speaker
stream
for
so
new
far. I didn't
speakers
expect
to
to be in
come
here
on.
for. Oh
Just
God, we've been
letting
in
you
this
know.
stream for like 2.5 hours.
So yeah, I am keeping an eye on that, but there
Good
is
questions,
a limit.
though.
So yeah, go ahead, Seattle.
Good morning, Baz.
Nah, dog, I'm trying to tell you, I'm walking down the street right now. I'm in a motherfucking goddamn road and shit. Can't talk to you. I was trying to talk to you earlier.
Okay, no stress, no stress. We'll loop back around to you when it's a better time or whatever. Okay, so non credible.
Oh, here we go. We got another hater.
I can already tell how this one's gonna go. I almost.
You can already tell
Okay,
how it's gonna go.
let's hear it.
You might be surprised, friend. Hey, Ashton, long time no see. Gonna go ahead and try to give you some where it's due, man. You know, UAP Mike's put a stick in his neck out just a touch for you. All right, man. First, I just want to highlight, hey, thanks for highlighting so much that whatever happened,
This is gonna go poorly.
the government has sensors and probably has data on it. I mean, as much as they did on that Titan sub. However, I do want to say, man, well, for one, you're better at being deceptive than Lou reviews. That's for damn sure. For two, I mean, man, some, a lot of what you're saying, I mean, could definitely be applied to yourself.
Where's my goddamn
you really
martini
dig down and
drink
kind of try to look at this
screenshot
objectively.
thing?
And
I'm better at being deceptive.
well, I mean, that's about it, man. I don't want to rehash stuff we've already hashed out besides that.
We appreciate it. Thanks.
And to you, not incredible, because I know we've had back and forth before. I have nothing personal against you at all, man. But I don't like when people come in trolling my comments and what have you and stuff like that. It's out there. So if we can just be chill, then...
Is that what I just did?
No, you haven't. You didn't. You were totally respectful just now. I just mean in the past. So like, I know I remember people. I know the history is like I've blocked you like 3 different times. And I think you've talked about that as well. Where it's just like, man, I want to unblock you, but like I feel like you're gonna come right back in my replies again, just trolling again. So like, that's just the issue. But I appreciate you being respectful right here, right now during this conversation. So that's what I want to say.
Yeah. So looks like we have Noah.
Jesus, man.
Step right up.
Oh, no.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Getting awkward as fuck.
Yep.
Hey, thanks for bringing me on. Hey, Ashton, I just wanted to ask real quick if you've thought about reaching out to any true crime podcasts. You would have a huge reach out there. Like I've said many times, the reason why I follow your case is because I'm into independent journalism and true crime. And your case is number 1 on the list because, yes, everything that you said just about the case in particular, about the implications, this is the biggest case on the planet.
It's so weird. You're right,
Looking
William.
at the evidence objectively, it is the biggest case ever. So I was wondering if you've reached out to other true crime podcasts on the YouTubes, on X, on Rumble, anywhere else. And, there was something else too, but you know, picking up the kids, so there you go. Anyway.
Thanks, Noah.
All right, man. Excellent job. Oh, that was it. Yes. Okay. What the case needs, and if you get out there to the true crime podcast and other people that work really hard on this stuff, you need an ultimate whistleblower. I mean, it's going to be plausible deniability from the government. No mainstream will ever really talk about this unless you get an Edward C. Lynn, unless you get somebody connected at Lockheed Martin, even through other channels like Boeing. If you got somebody like that was connected in some way, that would break this so wide open. It would be absolutely incredible. Although I already do believe the case because of the quality of the evidence, the work you put in. Fantastic work. Thanks, guys, for letting me speak, and have a great night.
Thanks, man. Yeah, no, so like I'm just one guy and I'm just a normal guy and I don't have any team behind me in terms of like, you know, setting up podcasts or anything like that, which makes it difficult. Cause like I've learned that like a lot of people reach out to podcasters to be like, hey, you should have me on and stuff like that. So for me, for right now, it's like if they reach out to me, then yeah. And I think that, you know, I was on Glenn Beck, which I think was really huge. I would love to do more politically balanced content because everything I've done so far, for the most part, has been like right wing style stuff. So definitely true crime, I think, would be interesting. Especially because I've been talking about being our government technology that's out there in general. I do have an interview set up with Billy, who's I think he was on Barstool Sports, and he has a conspiracy podcast. So I'm hoping stuff like that can make it a little bit more mainstream. But absolutely, you're right. Like Edward C. Lynn coming out would blow this whole thing wide open because I've only speculated that he's the guy. It's not like I'm in direct communication with him. So if this guy comes out and he's like, I'm the dude that leaked these videos, then boy, everything's just gonna get awkward. But honestly, you look at what we've been talking about and what Moneypenny and other people talk about, this idea of free energy, like this is a situation where this is dangerous. Like this is actually dangerous. People have been literally killed over this. So if these videos are real, speculatively speaking, this is dangerous for Edward C. Lynn, potentially dangerous for me as well. So we can't just play this up like this is the next Kim Kardashian. This is the next, you know, like hot thing in the pop culture market. Like this is a thing where like people's lives are actually on the line here.
Yeah.
And so we have to be very careful about how we approach it and how we approach Edward C. Lynn. But I do think that's the next thing in general. And the last thing I'll say is that people said, oh, I've seen the debunkers say like this case has gotten like legs of its own. And that's true. That was literally my point of what I wanted to produce here. It was a situation where these videos in this case would never go away until we get either, you know, the hoaxer come forward, the plane to get found, or the government issue a statement on it. And I think that I've accomplished that to this point. And I think that's a part of the reason why, like after I retired and people say, oh, you retired, now you come back. Well, shit, everyone want to talk to me all of a sudden, so I'm not going to ignore them. But this is a point where they're never going to go away. And that's what I'm trying to accomplish so that we do get those ultimate answers. And if the ultimate answer is the government faked these videos or whatever, great. I've always just been trying to get to the truth for the families. That's literally all I want to have happen here. But if the truth is these videos are real and we are hiding free energy, then we should be very cautious about how we approach it because there's people have a shit ton to lose if the stuff is real and they get exposed.
What kind of a feeling does it give you in your gut that this would be real? I'm sorry, everybody, for jumping back in. Like, it gives me a sickening feeling. So it goes like when you really dig into the evidence objectively. I mean, what you said is right. Is like you have to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that these videos are not real, with all the science that backs it up and all the evidence. And it's just such a sickening feeling. So if anybody has any ties that does the investigative work, and if there's a way to reach this out to Malaysia or the families, anything.
William, Bill, love you, buddy.
It's just, oh my God, incredible.
No,
Anyways,
yeah,
everybody have a great night. Thank you. Sorry.
Thanks, Noah. And yeah, it does. The first thing is just absolute shock. Like, holy shit, free energy, which I thought was just some kind of myth, you know, because I was former CNN brain and former relative skeptic, to now the idea of like, holy shit, free energy is actually possibly real, and that's why they're hiding all this, and you know the implications of it. It's absolutely scary. It's really scary because that's when you realize that when people talk about disappearing people and stuff like that, you're like, they're not fucking around. They're not joking. Like, this is the kind of stuff, you disappear things. This is why I posted the Rogan clip earlier, which probably has well over 100,000 views at this point. I don't know. I haven't looked in a few hours, but you know, that's where even Rogan's like, this is the kind of stuff that you don't tell CNN and Wired about. This is the kind of stuff where, like, if you have this and other people don't, like, you don't make it available. You disappear people to keep it quiet. This is why, like, Ning Lee say she went back to China. It's like, no, she didn't go back to China. Like, she got sucked into the black world of, you know, private defense contractors and what have you. And, you know, so this is the reality of it. And it's like the beauty of what I'm doing right now, and I'm saying this speculatively, but also from what I've heard from people who are somewhat connected, is that I don't have any NDAs. So what I'm independently discovering from the publicly available science, publicly available evidence, and coming to these conclusions myself is the only way we get true disclosure. Because the people like David Grush, Lou Elizondo, all these other people that are out there, they have NDAs. So they can't say anything that would break national security. For me, I have plausible deniability. Government can't come at me and say, oh, you're leaking secrets, because I say, well, I didn't know that they were secret. I just presumed that they were. The only stuff that no one's telling me secret information. I'm just revealing what it's already out there. And I think that you could very well argue that there are agencies out there that want the information out that are using me because there's too much bureaucracy and bullshit to get it out the official channels. So I don't know, man. The truth is, like, I'm on this journey with everybody else who's watching this stream and everybody else who's in this space right now, trying to figure out the truth myself. And the only thing I can say is that this will make one hell of a great movie in the future. I would watch it, and it's a movie about me.
Yeah, I mean, it could really turn out to be a documentary or something down the road for sure. Because, like you said, the more people talk about it, the more attention brought to it. It's not going to just disappear with the internet and all. It's going to be brought back up, and again every time something even relatively close to this happens. And with the free energy topic, very good point. There's actually a guy who is on X. His name is Dr. Parkenstein. And he actually makes free energy copper devices. So he has all kinds.
Jim Parsons will probably play me, guys. Either what's the other dude? I forget the other guy from The Social Network. But either him or Jim Parsons will be the guy who will play me.
I mean, he's literally proven free energy is real and anyone can make it at home. You don't even need any sophisticated equipment. You literally just need some copper and some magnets, pretty much. So it's just up to scale how big you want to do it, but definitely real.
Yeah, Jesse Eisenberg, so, yeah, good guess, good pick.
So, and I noticed, okay, we have.
Sorry, I was unmuted.
That's okay, no worries, bro.
People are asking me who would play me if in a movie. It would be either Jim Parsons or Jesse Eisenberg, probably. But yeah. The free energy thing, there's a lot of scammers out there who fake free energy, but the problem is it's kind of like the UFO stuff where it only takes one person to be real and then it proves it to be real. And I do think that you can pull it off by magnets and make it happen. But a lot of the ones that you see out there I think are not really true over Unity devices. But I do absolutely think that it's possible. And one day I would like to be able to prove it to the world. And that is one of my things. A lot of things that people ask me is like, okay, so if the videos are real, we can warp an object, free energy is real. Like, how do we prove it to people? You know, and I think that's the next step of this is like, let's figure out a way we make it possible.
Parkenstein does that. He'll take like a light bulb or whatever and he'll do his little device and make it power the light bulb. Like, he does many different experiments to prove that it's real. And he has a very large one in his backyard or whatever. It's like a freaking huge Tesla
whatever,
board,
yeah.
Type of thing. Anyway, check him out. I mean, it is, in my opinion, it's some pretty good, cool experiments and proof. And he has a pretty big account. It's growing. And let's see here. We have the Wave and the Proud joined us most recently. So Wave has his hand up there. Wave of particles. Go ahead.
Hey, this is really exciting. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak here. I just have three really quick questions, if you don't mind. And if you want to just breeze through them, I don't want to waste anybody's time. The first one, this may be a really stupid question, but this is all the MH370. I'm kind of new to this. I just kind of tuned in a little late. What is the relation between the free energy and the MH370 event?
Yeah, good question. And I think it comes down to Thomas Bearden. The main thing is that standard physics that's out there in mainstream would say that we have this idea of quantum fluctuations in space. And they would also say that we have this idea of virtual particles. And another way to interpret that is that there is an underlying framework that's interacting with that. Because otherwise, where are these virtual particles coming from? Where are these quantum fluctuations coming from? They're coming from an extra dimension that's the fabric of our reality. And that fabric of our reality, it can be called the ether. That's what Thomas Bearden would call it. That's what Tesla would have called it, as well as Kaluza, who had a unification theory in 1919, 105 years ago. And Thomas Bearden would argue that that ether is filled with unlimited negative energy. And negative energy isn't like just the opposite of regular energy. It's the idea that you can produce unlimited amounts of energy from it, like an oil well of unlimited reserves. And when we look at that MH370 video, we are seeing the very first ever wormhole or negative energy event, which you can imagine is just a rip in space-time itself. And when you rip that away, if you break the Schrödinger limit and things become nonlinear, then what you're seeing is negative energy. That's the reason why it's cold. Because the other question is, why is this an endothermic event, an absorption of energy, an extraction of energy from one point that's extremely cold? It's because the underlying framework of our reality is nothingness, or the opposite of what we see from everything around us: heat, entropy, things getting more and more complex. And if we can tap into that, then we can produce a device locally, device that is as big as like a box or a laptop or something like that, that can use those quantum fluctuations or the ether or the virtual particles to potentially create a perpetual motion machine that can run without being plugged in, that you could plug in and that you could unplug, and that can run just forever, because it can be manipulated in such a way where it can extract energy from that unlimited reservoir of negative energy. That's what over unity is.
Okay.
So that's the idea of where free energy comes from and how it ties into the videos.
I see. Thank you very much for explaining that. Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
think
Go ahead.
also, though, in short, though, it's because we are under the impression that the orbs circling the plane are using free energy. I think that's the answer to.
Yeah, that's another point too, is that people ask, like, where does the energy from the orbs come from? And Bob Grenier, who's a low energy nuclear reaction scientist, says, well, they're extracting energy from the environment, and that these are exotic vacuum objects, and that what we're looking at there is cold fusion contained within a plasma sphere, which I think that cold fusion is slightly different than just straight up free energy, but I think there's multiple ways to accomplish it. And either way you look at it, you're still achieving what they would call over unity, which is more energy. And people say, well, that violates second law of thermodynamics, violates potentially the conservation of energy. But if you open your system up and you say, okay, I'm going to put in energy locally, but my system is open, and now it can use the energy from the ether or from the environment, then now you can have a situation where you can actually produce more local energy out than what you're putting in. And this is really where the idea of free energy comes from. And that's what I think this all leads back to.
I see. I understand the relation. Thank you. That's interesting. I've always referred to it as the ether myself, growing up, and I never really agreed with the concept of space being a vacuum. I believe that the universe itself is a single organism, and therefore it is, continuous. It's connected. There are no gaps. So there's not empty space between the masses, the giant celestial objects. There's not space in between them. There's actually
I'm gonna have to drop in a minute. It's getting late.
A tangible matter of some kind, and I guess that would be the ether. That might be the energy field that you're referring to.
I like this guy.
My next question, if you don't mind, the U.S. Was involved from day one. I remember seeing that posted somewhere. Is it typical? Is the U.S. Our search and rescue, our military, or whoever's involved in that, are they typically involved on day one with international crashes for international airlines that are owned and operated by international governments? I mean, there's no U.S. ownership or anything like that in Malaysian Airlines that I'm aware of. So Is that standard?
Yeah, that was a great question. Both of them are great questions, and I agree with your view of the ether out there. I think we're going to bring the ether back. It's a cool ass word, and I think that it explains things a lot better than this idea of virtual particles. With respect to the search,
sorry, before you move on, I apologize. Are we spelling it AE or just E?
I'm going AE with it. I don't like the ETHER, and we might even use that weird AE symbol as well, just to make it even cooler.
Yeah.
But,
We might have to pronounce it ether in that case. But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The search was another part where it's like, why the hell is the U.S. government like closely related? The White House is calling Malaysia every day after with this, which normally would be like the State Department they would be calling if it was just over the American passenger Philip Wood. But the fact that the White House was calling them every day is like shows they're trying to set up a cover up. Now, the narrative out there is that the reason why the U.S. got involved is because Malaysia and the countries in Southeast Asia don't have the same resources for a search and rescue operation. And then, oh, well, America has to step in to like help out. But that doesn't really seem to fit the bill for me. Like, I think to me, that's just a cover story for why United States was involved in the disappearance of the plane. And this is why we got involved and we started to shape the narrative and why they sent the simulator data to the FBI for this like pilot, where it's like, why the hell are they sending this to the FBI? Like, why is the NTSB getting involved in this? And so instead what happened was like Australia and like the 5 countries around there like kind of joined together. And that's why the ATSB was the one that ended up getting searched. But this was why it was so dramatic, because it was like who is the real ownership of the search? And the United States backed out after like a month as well from the search and just gave up as well. So, which to me is very suspicious, because it goes to show like maybe they knew it was a fruitless search and they were never going to figure it out. The last thing I'll say, and this is a little bit spicy, you guys will enjoy, is when I was looking into like why the families went silent, I found out that a lot of them had signed settlements, and that the settlements potentially had silenced them. Like once you sign a settlement, you can't speak out against the case or anything like that. And they got very little money. They got like $30,000 each, like nothing. And some of these people lost their whole breadwinners. So I started searching for the case in the United States, because I thought, well, Boeing's an American company. The American passenger Philip Wood, they have a pretty good argument for why the case should happen in America, where they would get millions of dollars each. And I found the case. It started in like 2016, and it was ruled on in 2018, I believe, if I'm correct. Or maybe I have the dates a little bit wrong. But the judge that ruled against it ruled that it was like non-Corvus something or other, which basically means that Malaysia and China were the better locations for the case to be tried. And therefore, they just dismissed the case out of the United States entirely, even though Boeing's an American company. That judge's name, who's a federal judge at the time, was Ketanji Brown Jackson. She ended up getting promoted to Supreme Court Justice under President Joe Biden a few years later. And I just thought that is quite the goddamn coincidence that we might have been involved in the disappearance of this plane, which if we disappeared this plane, absolutely the civil case would be in the United States. No doubt whatsoever. The perpetrators are American. And Ketanji Brown Jackson is the one who dismissed the case in the United States. Just
that is
really freaking crazy to me. I mean, if you're a conspiracy theorist, it's like you're like, it's hard to not jump down the rabbit hole here now. Like, feels like a little tit for tat, like, oh, you dismissed the case for us that would have cost us billions of dollars, and yeah, okay, we'll make you Supreme Court justice now. Yeah, and people in my chat are freaking out because I have not made a post about this yet. I made one post only one time months ago where I only mentioned it, but I am planning to make another post about it because it is kind of a bombshell. In fact,
yeah, that's definitely worth putting out there for sure. That's an important clue, I would say. And I wasn't aware that the White House was directly involved. I would not have expected that either. That's interesting.
Yeah. So I'll let you get to the next question. I want to do one more response on that, which is that Florence DeChangi is the one who's found out more information than I have. I would say she's probably the only person that knows more about MH370 than I do. And she's the one that found out that the White House was calling every single day, which is super weird because they were trying to set a narrative. And then the Ketanji Brown Jackson thing, even when they were, what do they call it? Whenever she's being appointed or whatever, and like, every side tries to shoot them down. The Republicans actually attacked her for throwing out that case about MH370, but they didn't really attack her. Yeah, the nomination hearings. They attacked him. And were like, oh, well, the American passenger, Philip Wood, like you threw this out, you screwed him over, which they did. His family, his brothers, James and Thomas, could have got way more money, and then they dismissed it. They actually attacked him over that. But if they had seen these videos and known, boy, they could have attacked him over a lot better. Anyway, go ahead. What's your next question?
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you for that information. Side question, real quick: is this being recorded? I'm not taking notes.
It's recorded on my
Will it
stream
be
at the
made
minimum.
available?
So you can watch it later on my stream on my Twitter channel or on my YouTube channel if you want. We've got 6,800 people watching right now.
Perfect. Yes, I will definitely do so. Thank you. Last question. Have you or anyone you've spoken with, or has anybody actually observed this through a headset stereoscopically and watched this in 3 dimensions?
Yeah, great question. And so earlier as well, one of the debunker guys was here was saying, oh, well, YouTube has the ability to convert to 3D. Maybe they do. That's speculative. We don't know that it necessarily was. We don't know the original format. We do know that Regicide Anon posted their video on YouTube in 3D stereoscopic, and then a later version, a higher quality version that was not stereoscopic was posted, which indicates that neither of them are the original source. So it's pretty ambiguous. But we were literally able to take the Regicide Anon version that's 3D stereoscopic, 2 side-by-side videos from different perspectives, and we literally converted it to 3D. That's one of the videos you post back. You probably just look through my posts on 3D, and you'll see some of the debunker stuff, but then you'll find the actual 3D video where you can wear like those red and blue glasses, and you can actually watch it in 3D. So I don't know, pretty damn cool.
Fantastic. I definitely want to do that. Thank you. Just one last point, not a question. Previous speaker had said, well, if we really had this technology, why would we do something as silly as just, zapping a plane out of the sky? My thought on that would be honing the technology. Perhaps it's not, perfectly developed yet. It's still in testing, development phase. Maybe it's beta testing. Let's test it on a moving object. Let's test it on an object that's moving at this speed. It could just be that sort of thing. Yes, you could, the potential applications of the technology, are much farther reaching than zapping a plane out of the sky, but maybe we're not there yet. Thank you again so very much for allowing me to speak. I truly appreciate it, and keep up the great work. You're doing an awesome thing, and we all appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll respond to that last part, which is like, I don't know how far advanced this is, but I just watched that show, The 3 Body Problem, and it does make me think that like even if we can do what we see in those videos, there's still so much advancement that you can go from there. Is that it can get way crazier than that, like where we don't even need 3 orbs, where we can use like 3 protons and pull it off and just literally just teleport an object from one location to the other. And that makes me think that like we've been developing this, and that what's going on the world now is like a new Cold War, that we don't see a new arms race, that from the public perspective, we have no idea about, that it's the idea of like quantum field theory and general relativity, where we're combining that together. And now we have these anti-gravitational capabilities, warp capabilities. And then whoever can advance that the furthest, the fastest, has complete military supremacy over the entire planet. And then that would explain why we would do this, is that if those people on board that plane are somehow tied to that technology, and you're the United States government and you're trying to maintain supremacy of that technology, you could argue that this is for the greater good or military defense or whatever. And I think that here's the crazy part, if you guys want to hear this little tidbit, is that I think if the United States government came out and said, yes, we warped that plane, yes, we killed all 239 of those people or whatever, but we did it because if we gave that technology away, it would give away our super weapons that are 1,000 million times more powerful than nuclear weapons. I think that a vast majority of the country, 55%, 60% of the country, would be like, yep, that was the right thing to do. We did the right thing. That was, no fault of our own. And that's the bit that's scary to me, is that, and the reason why I say that is that if you guys watch the Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan interview, Tucker Carlson's going, oh, we shouldn't nuke anybody. And he got attacked by like tons of people. They were like, no, nuking people was the right thing to do. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, we're going to destroy ourselves with this mentality. Anyway, that's all.
Here's a fun thought. What about when we detonate a nuke or we launch a nuke here locally and then zap it, overseas somewhere for detonation? That'd be pretty fun.
Yeah, or that we can just use this to completely render nukes inert. Or yes, we can someone lifts off a nuke, and then our cyber system can detect it within a fraction of a second, and then we can shoot a scalar beam at it from outer space from our satellites and blow it up on top of them within a fraction, like 1 second or less. Yeah, pretty goddamn scary if you ask me.
Yeah.
Just like to cycle some speakers here out because we got 6 requested. So if you did get your questions asked, we'll just ask you to step down, and then we can invite some new people up.
Oh, absolutely. How do I do that here? I'll mute my mic and I'll bow out. Thank you.
And if you have more questions after, feel free to jump back in the request line. But yeah, we'll just I think we only got like room for 8 or 9 people here, 10 people. So we'll just keep it keep it flowing.
I'm gonna have to drop in 5 or 10 minutes as well. We've been going for a while. I didn't expect to be here this long, but you guys have had great questions, so it's been fun.
Yeah.
Can you help me to understand the guy, American guy, Wood? What's his first name? Something.
Yeah, Philip Wood, and his brothers were Thomas and James Wood. I looked up their case. Yeah.
I did some research myself before. I think he also had a girlfriend or some wife.
Yeah, Sarah Bach.
Yes, Sarah had a very serious, many. I think it's more than one interviews on major network about the experience. They were living in China and planned to go to Malaysia for something else. I think they were involved deeply in human trafficking, maybe selling of some other things like internal items.
Human trafficking
of the body. So that's what I heard. Besides that, maybe something else. Also, I noticed the martial artist Jet Li was on board as well, but nobody really reported before. Jet Li has long gone, really. And then later on was not Jet Li himself. So Jet Li was ill for years. So I wanted to mention that because I know you guys talk about a lot of technical parts, but I think a lot of more is about these as well. I believe everything was there to expose everything. Too many different aspects of it. Ash, can you help me understand these people? Was Jet Li on board, or what happened to that?
I haven't seen anything about Jet Li being on board, but Sarah, you're right. She did go on a lot of major news stations. And here's the crazy part. I've posted a lot of these on my Twitter profile. She consistently says she doesn't believe these narratives out there about the plane crashing in the ocean. She's said literally on like CNN that she thinks the plane was abducted. And I just kind of blows my mind because when you look at it from the normie CNN brain perspective, you think, oh, well, she's just in grief. You know, she doesn't want to accept reality. But when you look at it from the perspective after watching those videos, you go, holy shit, the families knew that they're being lied to this whole time. And the whole world is believing whatever they're told on CNN about it. And she's been consistent for the most part. Now, what I'll say, the last thing I'll say on is that I think that her and potentially all the other families, I think that they can't believe what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is so far beyond the paradigm, right? It's not just abducting the plane, but it's like we literally used some freaking warp drive on the plane that like nobody believes is possible. That is probably too much for them to believe today in 2024. But I think that if we come back to this in like 2030, 6 years down the line, I've got another scientific paper I'm going to post later tonight about warp drive, and that they like literally this is going to end up being real. I think that when people finally accept that we can literally warp an object from one location to the other faster than the speed of light, then I think a lot of these people will come back to this and go, wait a minute, those videos were real that whole time? Like we did steal the plane, and we had secret military technology that's decades beyond what people were ready for. And I hope that when they do that people can look back at this and realize, like, I'm not some crazy person who was saying this, and that maybe these videos are really what happened. So, yeah, thank you.
I heard Sarah was also in custody. I think she's not her. That wasn't her on the interview. I mean, those are wild card here. But I have mentioned because I did some research. I believe she was really heavily involved. I thought she was a teacher somehow, and
AI
she was helping as somehow assistant to Philip Wood in a lot of transactions financially.
physically,
woman is the wild card.
bodily, or parts, whatever goods that you talk about, quote unquote, what kind of goods, or maybe some people
I love this lady chat.
that just want to mention, because I did look into it. I'm not too sure that Sarah on the interview, several interviews, she was
This lady's better than
cried
Scalar Granny chat.
hysterically. It's really some sort of emotional. I just a little doubt in there. So I just dropped that. Maybe you have some input on that. That would be really helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about all that, but that is interesting. I will say that you're throwing some ideas out there that are, they're out there. But you know what? When you're talking about being able to teleport objects and stuff like that, you can't dismiss anything. So I appreciate your insights for sure. Definitely look into the Jet Li connection, see if there's anything going on with that. So appreciate it.
And I think we have a couple new speakers up here who haven't had a chance to speak. I know Seattle, are you done your walking? Can you ask your question now? Seattle?
Yeah, bro, never assume I have a question. I might have a statement.
I'm not assuming. I'm just giving you a chance to speak. But if you don't want a chance to speak, I can
let's get off the rails, chat. We're getting off the rails, chat.
So, anyways, I guess the one thing that gets me, if we're gonna just go back strictly to the footage of the flight and all that stuff, and I can go either way. Like, I really, honestly don't care anymore if the footage is real, if the footage is fake. I really, honestly don't care. Because it's bigger than that. Because there is the possibility that exactly what the fuck we saw fucking happen on that video is possible. There is the possibility that somebody did their Hollywood hijinks. So when I go beyond those levels, I get to a different situation. I get to a situation of, fuck, how do I put this to you?
It's been a long stream. 7,000 people.
Who gives a fuck I wasn't there?
Is that?
Huh?
Okay.
No,
I think it's
what I mean by that, it's like where you just take like several steps back and you just go, well, fuck, dude, who gives a fuck I wasn't there, dude? Like, I don't fucking know.
Okay, but he has limited time left, so.
No, I'm asking you about that in your own personal life.
Yeah, so.
No, I appreciate you, man. Because the thing is, like,
question or what's going on here, bud? Because I feel like you're retreating.
I don't know. It's getting late. I've had a couple drinks. We're getting off the rails. I appreciate it.
It's
I love
almost
it.
one, eh?
Yeah.
No, it's all good, bro. No, I like you, dude. You're a good guy. Everything's good, dude. I love you, bro.
Yeah, no, man. Yeah, I mean, we weren't there, what have you, but 239 people disappeared, and they deserve the truth. So at the end of the day, we have to remember the victims for sure. They're the number one reason to try to seek the truth, because absolutely they were lied to. The families were lied to. Families were getting arrested. Families are screaming, crying. But despite that too, like the idea of free energy will change everything about everybody. What I want to say kind of as a kind of a closing argument is that I live in an area in the United States where we have homelessness everywhere. Everywhere I go, every single fucking day I go, I see people on the street, living on the streets, begging for money. And I think, well, shit, if we had free energy, we could solve all of this. There's 670,000 documented homeless people in the United States, which means there's probably closer to 1 million or more, of all the ones that aren't undocumented, because it's not like they're tracking them all out there. And we could solve a lot of those problems. There's people, and that's just the people that are literally homeless, not the people that are living in their cars, that their jobs are doing Uber Eats, the people that are struggling to feed their families every day. That's the reason why I do this, because we can literally change the world if this is true. If these videos are fake, then so what? We tried, we pushed it, we took our chance. These videos might be the literally only chance we get, any of us in this space, anybody watching right now, in our whole lifetimes, to reveal free energy that the government is hiding from us. It's worth the risk. I'm willing to risk everything for that, just for that chance, just for the 1% chance that could be real, because it can change the circumstances of millions of people just in this country alone. Nobody would have to be homeless. Nobody would have to be worried about food or anything like that. So that's the reason why I do it.
Well said. Well said, Ashton. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it is pretty late here. There was other speakers, but I mean, this conversation could go on forever. And that's what it's about, is liberating humanity, because we're worth so much more than being lied to. We're all individuals, and we're all here, and we all care about the truth and free energy and, liberating humanity. And that's why we're here. So, would you like to end here, Ashton? Is that a good,
yeah, I think that's a good spot to end. And I guess the last thing I'll say too is that a lot of people believe in a lot of different conspiracies, and I think that, and there's people in the UFO community as well that they are looking to try to prove that aliens are real or other stuff, or that their experiences are real. And I think that this case can be a stepping stool or a springboard to prove all those things. The other conspiracies that people believe, people's personal experiences that they've had. And I hope that this does that. And I hope this sets a precedent for how you can conduct a investigation using social media and crowdsourced investigation to show how certain events potentially are real, the conspiracies can be real that are out there. I thank you all listening to me tonight. Everybody in the stream, everybody in this space has been awesome. Thank you for inviting me. This has just been it's been a good time.
Hey, Ashton, where are you from, bud?
I live in the United States. I'm not going to say exactly where because I don't want to dox myself. I have a lot of haters that are trying to attack me.
Are you West Coast though, bro? You're what? You sound a little West Coast.
I will say that I used to live on the West Coast. I am a former Californian. I did live there for a while. I will dox myself in that respect because people know that. And I do have a mid-Atlantic accent because I've lived overseas in Singapore. So in high school. So I kind of like lost my accent, so to speak. So that's why it's hard for people to pinpoint where I'm at. But yeah, former recovering Californian, former recovering CNN brain. Love all my conspiracy theory bros out there.
Hey, it's nice to meet you, dude.
You too, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Ashton. Really appreciate you.
I'm going to drop out, guys, but thank you very much.
Yeah,
have a good night.
Later,
Peace,
bro.
Everybody.
Peace out, brother. Thanks.
Okay, chat. Whoa, what a stream tonight, chat. Wow. Almost 4 hours. Guys, I gave you guys a long time tonight. We had, oh boy, let's see. We went through the debunks. We went through the fire scenario. I think we've officially solved the case with respect to, what really happened to the plane with the fire scenario. Showing that this was not some kind of suicidal pilot bullshit or whatever these people are coming up with out there. And that also, I think, incidentally proves the videos are real. We debunked all the debunkers that are out there. We talked to T. Powell today. We talked to Lou Reviews today. We went through and answered tons of questions for hours and hours in the space. People had great questions that were out there. It was awesome. We didn't get to some of the stuff that I wanted to get to personally, just with you guys. I wanted to go through the Malaysian Prime Minister interview because that is the sketchiest interview I've ever seen in my life. I also wanted to show you guys some of the Bob Greenier science as well. So we'll hold that off for tomorrow. So Thursday night tomorrow, we will go through the Malaysian Prime Minister of Defense. We'll probably listen to the letter to Ashton Forbes one more time so that people can understand the narratives that are out there. We'll look at some scientific papers. We got a lot of stuff to look through tomorrow. So thank you guys very much for the time tonight. It was awesome. I'm going to play us out with our new song and then our traditional M. It's M. MH370. Whatever. I don't know. You guys know how it goes. Okay, guys. Love you guys. Peace. Have a good night.
Planes they're meant to fly. Planes, they ain't supposed to fall from the sky. But if they do, they'll leave behind more than a piece or two. Planes just be flying, I know you think I'm lying. The USA, they be hiding the truth, and I ain't buying. Planes, they're meant to fly. Planes, they ain't supposed to fall from the sky. But if they do, they'll leave behind more than a piece or two. They'll leave behind more than I know you think I'm lying. The USA, they be hiding the truth, and I ain't buying. Planes, they're meant to fly. Planes, they ain't supposed to fall from the sky. But if they do, they'll leave behind more than a piece or two. Planes just be flying, I know you think I'm lying. The USA, they be hiding the truth, and I ain't buying. They'll leave behind more than a piece or two. They'll leave behind more than a piece or two.
It's MH370. Until you do some research, don't talk to me. I'm going to find the truth while I sip this martini. Your opinion, it means squat to me. It's H370. Not all heroes wear capes. I wear glasses to see. I'm going to find the truth while I sip this martini. The trolls hate seeing me succeed. But guess what? H370. Guess what? MH370. Not all heroes wear capes. I wear glasses to see. I'm going to find the truth while I sip this martini. Your opinion, it means squat to me. Your opinion.